Can I just say something about Andrea?
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome back. Are you comfortable? Are you settled in? Does everybody have a drink? Ready for a long one tonight? Yeah, I got lots of notes, guys. We got, we're at a record today. We got 40 pages, and Alice is a very fast talker. She was admonished by the judge a couple of times to have to slow down for the court reporter. So I got as much as I could. I did on this occasion cut back a little bit on the just court activity, the objections and things like that. Several times when there were objections that were overruled, things that were, you know, significant that they had like colloquies about, I still made an effort to try to cover those, but I wanted to get as much as I could about the substance today, because that's really what it was about. So if you guys saw my Twitter polls, I'm not going to spoil the first one for you, but I see that the Daily Mail has put its piece out. I haven't read it, but I just saw the photos, and I just want to assure you, they do not do justice to the color of that skirt. Neon salmon. Those of you who chose neon salmon, you are the winners for today. That was really the only way I could think of to describe that color. It's as if somebody took a photo of a steelhead, you know, and turned it up to 11, maybe a copper river sockeye, turned up the saturation, you know. And the other thing that you didn't see in the Daily Mail was how ill-fitting it was. It was a bit of an issue because underneath that jacket she was once again just wearing a black knit top, and the jacket did not stay on for most of the court. The problem is that the skirt rides quite low on the hips, and the skirt, the top rides rather high. It's a little short. So there were multiple instances of riding and exposure of midriff flesh in the courtroom while there was movement going on. So don't think you need the style update from me other than just to fill you in on what the photos don't quite show for you. Well, you know, Alice got on the stand today. What did she say? Here was her testimony. Oh, mighty Themis and my lady Artemis, do you see what I suffer? I who have bound my accursed husband with mighty oaths. May I one day see him and his new bride ground to destruction, and their whole house with them. So terrible are the wrongs. They are bold to do me unprovoked. No, sorry, that wasn't Alice. That was Medea. But I could have, no, it wasn't actually that bad. But that was, you know, kind of what I was expecting. But we got a very different, we got a very, well, a strong effort at presenting remorse. Certainly not a perfect effort, many flaws, and we'll definitely talk about those. But by and large, the strategy was a fall on the sword. To some extent, it seemed to be a role she had a hard time leaning into. So when the parties announced their appearances again today, we've had different patterns throughout. Once again, Ioan and Bianca, Ioan and Joe, they stand and introduce, and it's fine. Alice has been kind of all over the place with these introductions. Today, she stood. She smiled broadly to the judge. The judge advised the parties that we are still in the DVRO case. And Joe, at this point, advises the court that the plaintiff, the petitioner, is resting on the issue of the renewal of the restraining order. The judge asked if all his desired exhibits were in, because there are things that have been marked but not admitted. Joe said that we believe we have met our burden of proof, and so he was satisfied with the evidence that has been accepted by the court. Janina just stated that she wanted to clarify because Ioan had also requested attorney fees for the DVRO and asked if we would deal with that in the financial part of the trial. The judge said, yes, you can do that, or often what's the case in these long cause restraining order hearings, they will just file a motion at the end of the hearing under the prevailing party standard, because that is apparently the basis for getting your attorney fees on a DVRO application. Did you win or not? So he said, just talk next break and let me know your intentions on that. They usually wait for the result so that you know who is the prevailing party, and also so that everyone can finalize their invoices and stuff, since you know, don't always know how long things are going to take. And this restraining order hearing has taken all week. And so that, I think, is a pretty good testament to the difficulty, the challenge of estimating time, particularly for purposes of recovering your costs. Janina also wanted to know if the judge was entertaining closing arguments, and the judge said, I would like to hear your arguments as I intend to rule, since this affects other issues. And Joe stated that his and Ioan's preference is to bifurcate all of the financial issues and simply deal with them at the same time. So interesting comment there from the judge. He apparently is going to rule from the bench at some point. Is he going to rule immediately after he hears the closings and the testimony is concluded? Shortly thereafter? Not real clear, but he seems quite intent on having that part of the decision made because of how much it drives the other things going forward. Alice Evans takes the stand and is sworn. I'd like to paint the picture for you. The courtroom itself is not large. It is, if I were going to guess, perhaps 15 meters, 45, 50 feet from the back of the courtroom to the door of the courtroom, the front. The bar of the courtroom that separates the attorney area from the audience area is probably a third of the way into the courtroom. There are 3 rows of seats with an aisle in between. There's about 8 seats on each side of the aisle, so about 40 seats total. It is Neil and myself in the courtroom. There has been nobody else attending this. We have been the audience for the entire time. On the other side of the bar are first the attorney tables, and sitting on the left, at the left attorney table are Ioan and Joe. And so Joe has typically been sitting on the left side of the table, and he's got, like I said, many binders, boxes. He's got a roller bag full of items that he's kind of constantly having to get stuff out of, because they are shuffling through all of these different binders and exhibits and things like that. So Joe's stuff is like all over on the left where the jury box is located. And of course, nobody is in the jury box because this isn't a jury trial. So Joe kind of like puts his stuff over there. So Joe is sitting at the left side of the table with all of his stuff. Ioan is sitting at the right side of the table. The table to the right has, it's been, Janina is sitting on the left side of the table, so she is closest to Yo, and then Alice is sitting to her right. On the far side of the 2 tables, opposite of the jury room, the jury box, you have the bailiff's desk. And so this is literally just a desk. The bailiff sits there. The bailiff has been a woman for the past several days. Then I kind of described yesterday with the plexiglass the clerk sits at like a 15 to 30 degree angle from the table that Alice and Janina are sitting at. And she is behind a plexiglass screen. She manages all the exhibits and so forth. At the back of the courtroom and straight up is the judge and the bench. He's got a door that is to, from my perspective in the audience, to the right-hand side of where he sits. So that's where his chambers is. He comes in from there every time we come back in session, comes up onto the bench and sits. The witness stand is then on the left-hand side, again, from my perspective as the audience. And the court reporter sits pretty much directly in front of the witness. It is not a fancy courtroom by any stretch of the imagination. It is not ornate. This is not a fancy courthouse. This is it looks like probably 60s era, you know, a little bit on the rundown side, not terrible, and honestly, frankly, by LA standards, really not run down that bad at all. But just to kind of give you a little bit of the flavor, there's like a little bit of wood, all of the like the bench, and the bench is kind of built into the clerk's desk. Those are all made out of wood. The bar that you have to pass is made out of wood. There is a clock up on the wall above the bailiff, and this entire week, the clock has been stuck at 12 o'clock at noon. I kept, like, the first day I noticed it, and I, had to keep checking because I'm like, it was not noon. So I eventually figured out the clock was broken. And then one day when I was coming back, I think after lunch, there were some work people coming out of the courtroom with a ladder and stuff like that. Apparently they had been working on fixing the clock, but had not fixed it. So it was at noon for several days until this afternoon. they did finally get the clock fixed. So we do now have a working clock in the courtroom, which is a bit helpful because I am trying to have my phone just in an abundance of caution, even though, as we will find out, it doesn't matter. But just in an abundance of caution, and the reality is I'm taking my notes anyway, but I'm just keeping my phone in my bag, so I don't really want to be checking my clock. Anything else about the scene? Oh, I think the only other important thing about the scene is that at the front of the bar, kind of between where the judge and the clerk are, down kind of at eye level where you're seated at the counsel table, there is a sign, a rather large sign that advises anybody who is reading the sign that photography or recording of any kind is prohibited in the courtroom. Big sign there. Just so you know. There's also a little sign at the front of the bar, like where the audience is looking, that asks you to please not sit in the front row. So I have not been sitting in the front row. I've been sitting in the second row. I have been sitting in the second row about 4 seats in because that is giving me the best view of the witness stand, the judge, and just like the back of the attorney tables. If I get closer to the aisle, then I can't see the judge or one of the witnesses because I'm blocked by the heads. Neil has typically been sitting in the furthest back row on Alice's side of the courtroom, in the seat that is closest to the door. And so that's part of a reason I think, he gets, that's why he's sitting there, is because he gets up and gets in and out several times over the course of the day. So that is our setting. When Alice takes a stand, raises her hand, and is sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to which she whispers, "I do." She speaks quite low in a whisper early on in her testimony. She had put on a scarf. She like brought a black scarf. She had put it on before she went and got up on the stand. But then as soon as she is sworn and sits down, she takes off the scarf. So I don't know if it's like a comfort scarf, but the scarf appeared and disappeared multiple times throughout the course of the afternoon. At one point, it did substitute for a Kleenex. We'll get to that, I'm sure. We started with preliminary background information. She met Ioan on a movie that they made for Disney in which they both starred called 102 Dalmatians. And filming on that movie started in 1999. They began their romantic relationship just after the end of filming. She thought that that must have been at about the end of August or so. Professionally, she was an actress and he was an actor. Once the relationship started, the media followed them intensely. They didn't say that, but just the media did follow them. The media took interest in their relationship. They then married in 2007. After the marriage, she worked less than before, but she did still continue to work some. And Ioan continued as an actor. His career required him to travel. Joe at this point objects to relevance. The judge says it's okay just for background and factual predicate because he is hearing it for the first time. Alice takes her jacket off at this point, so now she is sitting on the stand in her black top. And Janina advises the court this will be very brief. They established that Ioan traveled frequently for his work. Alice estimated that he would be away about 60% of the time. They had 2 kids, EB, who was born on September 6th of 2009, and EM, who was born on Friday the 13th, September 13th of 2013. Alice stated that she worked very little after the children were born. Alice claims that Ioan never informed her that he wanted a divorce. Instead, a lawyer did in early 2021. They lived in LA during the marriage. Ioan moved out of the family home, around January 27th of 2021 was the date that she gave. She felt that from what he told her, she believed he just needed to get his bearings and sort out his head. She didn't actually believe that the marriage was over at this point. And part of the reason was because he didn't take anything with him. Not a thing. He left everything in the house. And initially he stayed at a friend's house in Beverly Hills. When they first separated, initially he did come back to the house to see the children. And so they would have interactions when he would come spend time with the kids. She would describe them as not very pleasant because Ioan was very angry. He was very angry. Got that? Got that? It was him. It was him that was the problem. While she's giving this testimony, Alice's chin is sky high in the air. And it is very much in that posture, this very haughty posture throughout most of her testimony. She is at this point speaking quietly, fairly simply. You know, she's not elaborating a whole lot. She's got this part of her testimony pretty well down. Between January 27th, 2021 to approximately February 27th of 2021, so about the first month of Ioan being moved out of the house, she would see Ioan at the house, and she described the interactions as cold. And as far as her perceptions of the situation, she just thought they were taking a break. because that's what he told her. As for Alice, she just wanted to keep the family together for the sake of the children. What messages do we have in this time frame from that DVRO application? Just devastated, blindsided, trying to keep the family together, trying to bully the family together, perhaps. She said we had a number of Zoom calls with 2 lawyers. And during one of those calls, she said the first 2 seemed fairly therapeutic. But then during the third one, the lawyer said Ioan was going to file. And she felt terrified by this. And she's now going to start the wiping the eyes, the tears, the sniffles. She was terrified because she's alone in Los Angeles. They have no family here. She was so surprised by this, and just nobody has ever been left all alone as poor Alice. So the judge pauses while she has her cry and says, Alice, it is okay to get emotional in family court. It happens. We see it all the time, but we need to be able to hear what you're saying. So please collect yourself and just let us know when you're ready. No rush. It's okay that this happened. It's normal. We see it all the time. Alice is big sniff. I'm okay. I'm good. I can continue. So strong. What a warrior. So she testified she did not want the divorce. COVID was happening then, and so the children were doing their school on Zoom, and nobody was leaving the house unless necessary. It was like they were living in a big cocoon. To cope with her feelings about what was happening, she would talk to her friends on the phone, and sometimes she got on the internet and crumpled the face. We got a lot of face crumpling. When I say face crumpling, I mean, you know what face crumpling is. Amber tried very hard to do the face crumpling because, she can't produce the actual tears. And so the face crumpling is, the mask that is needed to mimic the emotion. Yes, people who are sincerely emotional also often crumple their face. What I noticed with these emotional displays is mainly how transitory they were. They did not last. She recovered quickly and then had really no problem, being back to normal. So it didn't strike me personally as the most sincere of reactions. But of course, I'm just a spectator. My opinion doesn't matter. Just depends on what the judge thinks. Yes, she sometimes got on the internet and she tried to communicate her feelings to Ioan. She tried to communicate her feelings to him. So she sent a lot of messages. How often? Too often. Was Ioan really responding? No, not really. He was not really responding. She, at this point, she's still taking these deep breaths, and she gets in. There's another comment from the judge. Do you need some time? No, I'll be okay. Alice describes feeling a sense of panic when Ioan wouldn't respond to her communications because her world was being overturned. But he wouldn't communicate about what would happen. And they had spoken every single day during their 20-year relationship. Every single day they had spoken. She's back to fine now, like with her emotions after she got that kind of second. It's not even an admonishment. It's just like a comment from the judge, you know, acknowledging you're expressing emotion, and so take your time so that we can all hear you. And within like 3 answers, she is back to appearing perfectly normal. Perfectly normal, by ALICE standards. We turn to Exhibit 64, page 2. And this is a message that reads, at least in part, I've spent 2/3 of my adult life with you, and you've spent 1/2 of your adult life with me, and we'll only get through this by talking. She said that she sent this message because she was desperate for us to try to work it out by talking rather than him not talking to me. And so what was she hoping for by sending all these messages? Well, she really wasn't thinking about the outcome. Yeah, no shit you weren't, Alice, because look where it landed you. You really didn't think this one through very well, did you? She didn't have a plan. She didn't have a plan. She was just desperate to talk to her husband, right? That's the explanation for the reams and reams and reams of abuse and insults and threats and blackmail that she sent after he left her. She was just desperate to get him to talk to her. Does that sound reasonable? See, the judge has all those, right? The judge has the DVRO application. He knows everything she already did. And it's all in evidence. So, I mean, she's got to have an explanation. And, I was pissed. And so I took it out on him. Probably would have been a little more honest, a little bit more consistent with the character of those messages that the judge is going to read for himself. Probably already has. But she just was desperate to talk to her husband. The Zoom calls with the lawyers continued. First, she said continued throughout 2021, but then she said they ended around March. She doesn't remember the date he filed for divorce. Bullshit. It is burned in her memory. It is burned in her memory. She wears black and lights candles and sobs every March 1st. She doesn't remember, but it was probably after February of 2021. Between March and June 2021, they had more Zoom calls with lawyers. So now I'm confused again. Was it throughout 2021 until March or until June? Because I've heard all three now, and I'm not following. I'm not following this timeline with the Zoom calls with the lawyers and how this somehow makes sense with a narrative of being completely blindsided by divorce. Where'd your lawyer come from? Do you think the judge believes that people normally get family lawyers for therapeutic reasons? Do you think that they are mental health counselors, relationship counselors? Oh, they've seen a lot of shit, I'll tell you that. But kind of by definition, the family lawyers see what doesn't work. The stuff that does work doesn't tend to come into their office. So this is a highly implausible explanation that just not sure really anybody is buying. Why'd you hire a lawyer if you had no idea a divorce was coming? Yeah. Not seeing it. In June of 2021, Ioan then went to the south of France to shoot a movie, and he was gone for 5 months. The judge breaks in. There's some kind of question about what happened with, I didn't write it down exactly, but like what happened with the process while Ioan was gone. And the judge breaks in at this point to caution. He says, I want to caution you not to talk about what you discussed with your lawyers, because that, of course, is confidential. That is privilege. That is a shield anytime you enter into that relationship. And so you can't be compelled to protect, to disclose any of that. So Janina then, rephrases her question basically, and asks if the litigation, if the process proceeded through litigation. And she said, no, there was no litigation in the marriage dissolution while he was gone. Joe objected at this point to say, well, this may invade the collaborative law privilege. And the judge says, well, that's why I interjected. And Janina says, well, isn't it a yes or no? And the judge says, well, the privilege is absolute. I'm not even supposed to know if it happened or not. I just happen to know that it did because I saw the notice involving Forrest Mostyn, I think his name was. And so he's aware of it, but that's all he knows, all he really needs to know. So already getting a rather misleading, seemingly, kind of presentation of how the case transpired, because the suggestion, did the case go through litigation? It makes it sound like they presented it as though Ioan ran off to France and then the case just sat and nothing happened. But the case was in the collaborative process this entire time, and that's why it didn't go through litigation. The collaborative law process, just as kind of a quick overview, many states have this available where it's completely voluntary to do it, and typically what it means is it's just a way where you can sometimes like minimize attorney fees and things like that. Sometimes you can like share an attorney in the collaborative process. But the goal is simply to be a negotiated, a friendly agreement, dissolution and separation. And as long as the process is working, fine, it's great, and so it can be advantageous because, of course, it keeps things out of court. You don't have to litigate, and things don't get filed, and then things don't get said, and then your business isn't out here in public. But once it doesn't work, if it doesn't work and they aren't able to resolve it, then you have to start from scratch. You have to hire completely new lawyers. You cannot use the same lawyer or lawyers that were used during the collaborative process. And you can't use anything, including anything that was said during this collaborative law process as part of the divorce proceeding. So you are literally just starting over from square one. We've had, I'm sure in one of the earlier videos that I made, like way back in the day, I'm positive I talked about collaborative divorce. Just because it seems like, obviously we're looking at this with hindsight, but it just seems like such a bad call for this particular dissolution. Like it's so aspirational. It was really never going to work. And, frankly, with abusive people involved in a dissolution, collaborative processes probably aren't going to work because abusers thrive on conflict. And that's the point. They seek to generate it. And that's the antithesis of the collaborative process. When asked if there was anything different about this trip to France as opposed to his other trips, she said this time he didn't want the children to come. That was different. I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that for a second. I think she didn't want the children to go. At that time, given that there were no more communications between them, stupidly perhaps, she thought that perhaps things were going to come back together. That was definitely stupid and also not credible because, once again, lady, we got your messages from this time frame in the DVRO application, and we know the shit that you were saying to him during this time frame, and none of it is conciliatory. None of it is the type of things that people who are reconciling are going to say to each other. But this is her story. This is her story of the breakup. It's very important to her that she be wronged in this breakup, that this be something that came out of the blue and victimized her. And that's what justifies or excuses this whole course of conduct that she engaged upon, that she is now beginning to experience some consequences for. Between June and October 26 of 2021, she skipped over the part. Notice she skipped over the part where he blocked you. He told you, you can't stop texting me abuse, so don't fucking talk to me no more. Send it to the Our Family Wizard. She kind of skipped over that part. Still thought they were going to get together after that, I guess. Delusional. Between June and October 26 of 2021, she wasn't following Ioan on Instagram. But before October 27th, she had requested to follow him. And then on October 27th, she received a message that he had accepted her as a friend. And then she went to look on his page to see what he had posted, and he and Bianca had posted announcing their relationship. Her story of the reveal left out the whole Bianca Wallace phone call. Left that one out. It was one of the biggest shocks she had in her life. One of the biggest shocks I've had in my life. She hasn't quite gotten to these types of histrionics yet, but she does get there. She received public backlash after this announcement was made. She had about 7 large lenses poking through the shrubs in the front yard, and the tabloids picked up the story, and there were cars going outside with cameras, and her phone blew up, and it was just very, very scary. Very scary. She was overnight transformed into Princess Diana, haunted by the paparazzi. It was terrifying. And even having been somewhat exposed to the press, she believed that she understood it. But it was just a completely different thing after that post was made, and it was absolutely terrifying. Can you believe this shit? Can you believe this shit? After all of the interviews, the contract with the Daily Mail, and all of that. All the back grid, all the kids pictures showing up in the British tabloid, where they have standards in England about publishing photographs of children without parental consent. Yeah, she was absolutely terrified. So to deal with her feelings, she posted online a lot. More face crumpling. Big sniff. A lot. Until August 2nd of 2022, she posted way too much about Ioan. Way too much. She's ashamed, humiliated, regretful, remorseful. I desperately wish I could say I'm sorry. Oh yeah, she also posted about Bianca. And she feels mortified, ashamed, hugely regretful. Also apologetic towards Bianca. Oh yes, I bet Bianca has never heard the words, I'm sorry. Huh? Would have loved to have heard that in Bianca's testimony. By the way, just curious, you ever get an apology for any of this? Ever get an acknowledgement for any of this? No, see, remember, she's still pissed about Bianca calling her an abuser on her Instagram. So she is right hand admitting she abused the fuck out of Bianca in her social media, and she's terribly regretful of it. But on the other hand, how dare Bianca call her what she is, an abuser? She cannot adopt the accountability that you really need for your remorse to be genuine, and for it not to come across as just opportunistic. This is what you're saying because it suits your interests right now. But it's not being borne out by any kind of course of conduct that would tend to substantiate it, nor is it really being validated by the totality of the worldview that you're expressing. She did not attend the August 2nd, 2022 hearing when the DVRO was issued. Why? Because she was terrified of seeing them together. She couldn't stand to see Ioan and Bianca together. She woke up intending to go, but she couldn't. She was stupid. She'd never been to court before. It was terrifying. So she did, however, take remedial efforts. She claims she took the post down. She claims she took the post down. Well, she deleted her Twitter. When did she delete her Twitter? I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure it was the day after I released my first video about her case. I don't want to take all the credit, but yes, I do remember I released my my first video about this case. I posted about it on Twitter. Alice posted at me, "Please don't do this, Andrea. My daughters and I will be so devastated if you do." Still hiding behind those kids. Still treating the kids as an extension of herself. And she was off Twitter like real shortly after that. So she deleted her Twitter because she was about to get her ass handed to her. I don't know if she deleted anything on Instagram. Maybe she did, but who knows when. Who knows when. We looked at Exhibit 67, page 57. While they are like looking around through exhibits, flipping through, they have these binders, they have to find it. Everybody has to find it. Somebody has to go up to the witness stand to fix it for the witness and make sure, you know, she's got the right binder and everything. So there's, and then got to run back and get it up on the laptop. And so there's a fair amount of delay anytime somebody is drawing the witness's attention to an exhibit. And so while all this is going on, Alice is kind of looking at the ceiling. She does the pursed lips thing, you know, just looking at the ceiling, kind of looking all around, looking all around. This was a post from November 26th of 2021. This is the Bianca's diagnosis post. She did not intend. She totally didn't mean to publicly disclose Bianca's diagnosis. She believed it was already public before this date because she had seen multiple Twitter posts. Also on a tattle site. What's that? It's a hate site that trolls people. A tattle site. It trolls her with the receipts of her own bad behavior. Therefore, it is a hate site. Joe does object to this initially for lack of foundation and as hearsay, but that is overruled. So she elaborates. Tattle Life. It's a very vicious site that posts thousands of nasty messages about me. People made me aware of it and began to send me death threats and nasty comments about my children, and they were sent to me by DM on Instagram and Twitter. And she would get probably 50 to 100 DMs on Instagram a day at that time. Mostly not even from personal acquaintances, mostly from people she didn't even know. They would just send her stuff from Tattle by direct message, and the same on Twitter, probably about the same, 50 to 100 a day. So many concerned people. Not a goddamn one in evidence, is there? So she became aware that Ioan and Bianca were alleging that she outed Bianca's diagnosis, but she doesn't remember when she became aware of that. She was sent a video of Ioan and Bianca on the red carpet in London or New York or somewhere like that, and they were saying, someone had sent some screenshots, and they were saying that she had outed the diagnosis. The judge asked if that was before or after November 26th of 2021. That was after, she says. She did also receive some information about Bianca describing her diagnosis publicly. She received a link to a YouTube interview, which was a commercial where she was talking about a drug. She received this link. Some online Samaritan sent her this link. We have 2 new exhibits marked from the defense. Oh no, they were previously marked. These are the still images and I think testimonial, for lack of a better word. Bianca had said these were excerpts. These were from private emails she had sent to this company. I haven't seen it, so I don't know exactly what it is, but it seems to be like an ad, and it refers to her as Bianca and like has a quote, so it sounds like a testimonial that was published. She says, so these are, it's a still from the YouTube presentation that she was sent the link for. So she accessed the link and she went to see where it came from, and it came from a company called Ninth Dimension Biotech, which then took her to a website, osmotin.com. Asked, what did you do then? She said, I didn't do anything. So she didn't know what Janina was trying to get her. Janina continues to try, but there's some objections. First, she's leading the witness, and then she just asked something that has already been answered. So wherever she's going with this, it is not quite clear. So the judge now steps in to clarify. Judge's clarifying questions are on the nose every single time. So the judge steps in to clarify, did this occur before or after November 26, 2021? And I did not hear the response to that. It was very quiet. We then turned to the testimonial piece. Joe objected to this on grounds of privilege because Bianca had testified that this was part of a private conversation that she had had with doctors, and asked if she had any response. Janina said, or no, I'm sorry. Joe continued that she testified that it was the first time she'd ever seen it. The judge asked, did they, take any action? Did they invoke? Did they take any action to like try to have it take it down? And Joe was like, no, she said this was the first time she had ever heard about it. So we haven't had time to address the situation with Osmoten. So the judge says, well, okay, well, how is this relevant to the issues from before the restraining order was issued? He says, I have the factual predicate. So what is your offer of proof as to relevance? And Janina said, well, there are accusations made that are not true. Accusations made that are not true. The outing the MS diagnosis. See, because Alice received a link from a Samaritan to a video that has like 200 likes on it, 200 views on it. And therefore, Bianca's diagnosis is public. And so blowing it all up the way that she did, in a way that had her followers doing things like tagging Bianca in cane giveaways, for fuck's sake. Somehow this is all okay. So there were accusations that were made that were not true. This is why Janina wants to get into this. And the judge says, I understand, but it's not relevant because the order was issued. And so it cannot be challenged. You did not appeal it. It cannot be overturned. And Janina says, but it goes to the credibility of Ioan and Bianca. The judge says the gravamen of the order was the post that Alice made, not what other people posted or sent her. Janina said, but her intention was not to publish private information. And the judge said, but she did. But she did. Yeah, she did. Because what the fuck business is Bianca's medical condition to her anyway? Who talks about other people's medical conditions online? Who gossips about somebody's MS? I mean, it's just always blame shifting, pointing the finger, deflecting. It's not me. Oh, I thought. Judge isn't buying it, but she did. She did post her private information online, and that's part of what this is about, Janina. But she thought it was public. The judge says, orders like this, DVROs, they are granted within the context of an intimate relationship. This was posted about her intimate family member and his household member. He described Bianca at that time. She was a household member. The gravamen is what happened on November 27th of 2021. It can't be undone. It happened. I'd like to hear if she regretted it. The moving on part. That's what the judge is interested in, is the moving on part. This sure doesn't sound like regretting it, does it? Sounds like making a lot of excuses for it. And that doesn't sound a lot like regret. Judge says, I'd really like to hear about some regret here. Are you going to get to that? Why don't we get to the moving on and not trying to undermine what happened in August of 2022? And Janina says, well, I'm not trying to. And the judge says, but the perception might be that you are. Indeed, it might. Yes, indeed it might, because that's exactly what you're fucking doing. You're trying to say this basis for the order was wrong. And it goes to their credibility, meaning it's a lie or it's a fabrication. That's exactly what you're trying to fucking do. Why do we know that? Because that's what you're fucking doing. This is such a don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining situation. This is what you are doing. This reminds me so much of what Ben Shu said at one point a long time ago in Depp v. Heard. about how lawyers tend to be a lot like their clients. Yeah, you know, there tends to be a reason why somebody picks the lawyer that they do, and why that relationship works, why the shared mission and shared strategy is effective. That's exactly what she's fucking doing. Don't piss on my leg and tell me that it's raining. Don't pretend like you're not trying to undermine the basis for the order, because that is what you are in fact doing. Judge was not having it. Not having it. He was quite exasperated at this little exchange. So today, however, let's move on right to the regret. Oh, so she feels terrible about it. Yeah, she picked up that cue. She picked up that cue. She feels terrible about it. It was totally fine because, of course, it was already out there in this this email this message, this video, and everything that she hunted down on this other website, tracked it down, and watched it. Because Bianca is living that much in her head. She's that stalkery about Bianca that she's accepting these. Who even on the internet in 2026 clicks on a random link that somebody DMs you? I did. I learned the lesson the hard way on that one, didn't I? Remember, I did. I got hacked. It was like so stupid, but it was the perfect hack because it wasn't from a stranger. It wasn't from an internet rando. It was from somebody that I knew online that had also been hacked. So, but you know, yeah, so interested. Followed it down the rabbit hole. Totally did it. Totally feels justified. But now, oh, she feels terrible about it. She honestly believed it was public. Honestly believed it was public. And she's just mortified about what happened. And she is deeply apologetic. Yeah, I noticed she's never said that. Never noticed she's never said that. Exhibit 61, page 22. This was a message to Ioan's mother. Don't know what this one says, but what was she trying to achieve with this message? Well, according to Alice, I think I was just a desperate person. And I copied him because I thought the family was falling apart and I didn't know what to do. And you see, during the marriage, Ioan's mother had reached out to her about the relationship with Ioan. And when was that? Well, that was when he cheated and was found out by the tabloid press in 2003. Oh, the 2003 that was 4 years before you were married? So which was it? Was it 4 years before you were married or during the marriage? Because those aren't the same story. This was so obviously just a, you know, she wanted to say that. There was several things I thought that, you know, she was saying because Neil was there in the courtroom. She was saying these because this is the story that she has developed for the public distribution. She very much wanted the tabloid press to pick up, Ioan cheated back in 2003. What even was their relationship status in 2003? Was she still with Olivier in 2003? Olivier Picasso, was she still with him in 2003? I don't remember the timeline. Asked what was her purpose, the mother's purpose in reaching out, Ioan's mother's purpose reaching out. The judge doesn't want to hear this. He says this in 2003. He asked for clarification in 2003. Yes, no, it's not relevant. This is too remote. He doesn't give a shit. why, according to Alice, Ioan's mother reached out to her in 2003 as some kind of justification for the abuse that she emailed to Ioan's mother. One of the emails, I'm trying to remember, it might be in the DVRO application. I hope that it is, because if it is, then it's in evidence. But I'm not 100% sure if that's where we saw it, but we have seen it before, where she calls his mom. It's from September of 2021. And it might be the one that they weren't able to get in yesterday because she sent it from her daughter's account, but it is very clearly from her. And she calls his mother a bitch, you know, and I will never let my grandchildren near you. And just like, this was you trying to keep the family together. Alice reached out for help on this occasion because she thought Gil, Ioan's mother, could help because she'd been so wonderful before. I bet that's news to Gil. I'll bet that's news to Gil that Alice thinks she'd been wonderful before, because I'm pretty sure the last thing that Gil heard was that Alice thinks she's a bitch and a psycho who ruined her kids and so forth. Awful, awful things she said to his mother. Now she feels terrible, stupid. She meant to say puerile. Perhaps it is an English thing with the pronunciation, but she said puerile. I think she maybe just doesn't know how to pronounce it. It was like a Candace Owens thing where she's perhaps read the word but not heard it. It's puerile, Alice. It's puerile. Pathetic. She felt pathetic. A huge amount of shame, embarrassment, that she was doing these things instead of dealing with her emotions. Asked how she would characterize these emails. How would you characterize them? Because I'd characterize them as fucking abusive. How would you characterize them, Alice? I'd been made crazy by panic. I was in limbo. I was not knowing what was going on. I don't recognize this person. She had lost her mind. Alice doesn't recognize the person. From how long had she lost her mind? How long did this go on? How long did this go on? When did she quit Twitter? She quit Twitter sometime, I think, in early 2023. I want to say it was like, I don't know, maybe January, February. And the only reason I say that is because I remember it was right after I made my first video. And I made my first video right after she got arrested for violating the DVRO. I keep saying arrested, but I shouldn't say that, because it's not arrested in the sense of like police showed up and put her in handcuffs. It's just in the sense that she is formally charged and compelled to go into court, and she had to, there was a warrant issue that she had to like make special arrangements to go in and quash and all that. So I shouldn't say arrested, but she was criminally charged for violating the DVRO in January 2023. So that's when I started making videos about it. So for what? 2 years, at least 2 years. She's just in a panic and in limbo. No, you're just a hateful bitch. Just hateful. And you felt so entitled to vent your spleen on anybody who you thought was remotely affiliated with or sympathetic to Ioan or Bianca. You thought they were like the devil. And so you treated them with contempt, with disrespect, with abuse and harassment, and you sicked your little online army on them. By the way, where is that? Where is that army now? Where's it gone? I haven't even seen many of the haters like show up in the chat or anything. No, I don't think she's got many left. But yeah, you know, yeah, she just lost her mind. She just lost her mind because of the limbo. As of August 22, 2022, what social media accounts did she have? She had Twitter and Instagram, but today she only has Instagram. She does have a Blue Sky account that she uses for posting political things. She never posts about Ioan or Bianca on Blue Sky. I don't think she posts much on Blue Sky at all. She wasn't getting any validation on Blue Sky. Nobody was kissing her ass. She deactivated her Twitter account, asked how long after the DVRO. She said probably a couple of months. I suppose that's not too out of line. August, September, October, November, December, January, probably about 5 months after the DVRO, somewhere in that ballpark. She said probably a few, nice and non-specific. After the restraining order was issued, she tried to deal with her emotions differently. She tried after she took it seriously. You see, she tried to deal with her emotions differently. So she saw a therapist for twice a week until the money ran out, which was maybe a year and 1.5 years. So after the DVRO, she was in therapy for about 1.5 years to deal with her emotions better. But for at least 5 months, she was still posting all this bullshit on Twitter until she deleted. And then she continued doing it on Instagram. Probably don't recommend this therapist. Doesn't seem to have worked very well. Denies she has not, absolutely not created any fake accounts to post about Ioan or Bianca. Her Twitter account, she doesn't believe you can see it anymore, but her Instagram is still up. So she looked for posts about Ioan and Bianca, and she took them down after August of 2022. Her Twitter account, it was so long, it was easier to just take the account down than just the post. She's really implying like she did this right after the bat and in response to the DVRO. So we know better. We know better. We turn now to the parent-teacher conference. Alice, according to her, was the parent who attended the pretrial conferences, the parent-teacher conferences. I said pretrial. The parent-teacher conferences for all the children. Ioan never attended in person. There was one that he attended on Zoom during COVID with her. That's her version. In 2002, she had physical custody of the girls. Gloria did the drop-offs, and Gloria or she did the pickups. Asked what EM's school was, Alice turns to the judge and, can I say the name? It's so fucking fake. Like, we already heard the name multiple times. You were here in court. Nobody raised any concerns about saying the name. Your child is not in elementary school anymore, and she doesn't even live in this area anymore. So the past school is so fake. Can I say the name? Yes, Alice, answer the fucking question. That's what you're here to do. That's your job when you're on the witness stand. Oh, okay. 3rd Street Elementary. She was in 3rd grade. It was her approximately 5th year there because she had started at like preschool, kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So before 2022, there were, you signed up, the sign-up sheet was a physical piece of paper that was pinned to the classroom door, and you would put your name on it. And she would do it before, or Gloria would do it. Now, 2002, of course, is 2 years after COVID. I kind of think they weren't doing paper sign-up sheets during COVID in 2020. Probably not in 2021 either, but maybe. I guess it just depends on the time of year. Yeah, 2022, apparently the first time they ever went digital. with the sign-up sheet. So in November 2022, she did not sign up for a parent-teacher conference. Instead, she learned she had one in November of 2022. She can't, of course, say how she knew because that's hearsay. So she just learned she had one. During that week, school was being dismissed at lunch, and she only found that out on Monday because Gloria had brought Elsie home early from school and explained why. So, like, real attentive to the school, right? Just finding out parent-teacher conference week when it's happening. The judge, admonishes her, reminds her, you can't tell me what other people say. So this whole Gloria told you why. Can't do that. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. On November 17th, Elsie was not picked up at noon. However, it was Alice who picked her up after the parent-teacher conference at 3:30. Elsie was in the after-school program then. So Alice arrived at about 3:35, and she went to the office to sign in, and then she walked to class 32, and Elsie and Ella came with her. I thought Elsie was in the after-school program. I'm like real confused about how the story is working. Elsie led her to the classroom. She realized she was late, so she knocked gently on the door. Knocked gently on the door. And opened it, and she saw the teacher's face, and the teacher made some kind of a face. And she saw the back of a man's head. And she said, I'm so sorry. And she backed out of the room. And then she stayed until the man came out. And she wasn't looking. She was keeping an eye on the playground because the children went to the playground. So she was just being attentive to them, but just waiting patiently until the unknown man in the room finished his parent-teacher conference. Was she able to ID the man in the room? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. She had no idea that it was Ioan there in the parent-teacher conference. So she didn't have to wait very long, maybe 5-10 minutes. Not very long. The person that had been in the room just walked straight past her, and it was only after the person walked straight over to the oldest child that she realized it was her husband. It was her husband. He's pretty close to your ex by now. You know, you guys split. You guys split like 2 years ago. As far as she then at this point, she went into a complete state of shock because she hadn't even seen him. She hadn't even seen him since he left. And she knew she had the restraining order, so she was petrified. So she did not say anything. She didn't gesture. She was just in shock about all of this. Then she went into the classroom and she said, I told the teacher, I'm so terribly sorry. I would never have made you have 2 separate conferences. And then she spent a half an hour discussing Elsie's progress with the teacher. And oh, by the way, Janina has to ask, did Ioan inquire how the parent-teacher conference went? No. No, he didn't ask her abusive ass shit, Janina. He doesn't want anything to do with her. Because she can't behave like a fucking grown-up. She can't co-parent the children. So he wants nothing to do with her. Did she follow him there? Oh, absolutely not. I have these in quotes, by the way. The absolutely nots I have in quotes. Did she observe the sign-up sheet to know that he was there? Absolutely not. Oh, no. Never saw the sign-up sheet. Concerned mother about school, finds out about the parent-teacher conference the week that it's happening, doesn't sign up, doesn't look at the sign-up sheet. Something is not quite adding up here. I'm not sure that the math is mathing. We turn now to the Beverly Boulevard incident on January 16th of 2023. At this point, she was living in Los Angeles. The incident where the intersection where this incident allegedly took place was at La Jolla and Beverly. She had lived there in that house for 17 years, the same house. It was about, the house was about 3 blocks south from the Beverly Sweetser intersection and about 2 blocks west from it. And she drove at least probably twice a day through that intersection in that area. On January 16th of 2023, she didn't see Ioan and Bianca on Beverly Boulevard. She never saw them. She never saw them. She does remember the video, and it was her car. But she did not honk. Absolutely not. Quotes. Absolutely not. Nor did she flip the bird. Face crumpled. No, of course, I could never do such a thing. The judge clarifies that flipping the bird means using the middle finger. Clarify for the record. Oh, yes, yes. And now, you know, the face crumpled. Now she's just a big smile. Oh, that's so funny, Judge. Oh, yes, yes, of course, the middle finger. Oh. We turn now to Exhibit 58, which I believe is the screenshot from the video of Alice over there on Beverly. She is asked if she is familiar with the structures at the Beverly intersections. Yes, yes, she is. And did she do something to obtain images of the structures that appear at those intersections? Yes, she took pictures and a video. What she did, oh wait, no. What we're looking at now with Exhibit 58 is the sketch, the routes that Ioan had drawn of where he and Bianca were and where Alice went. So she had this map and she drove the red line to see how they could have possibly seen I was doing this, because I was behind a corner and it wouldn't have made sense that they could see what they said I was doing. And so I did it twice. I did it first after the deposition, and then I did it again just a few days ago. Really important to Alice to show it's not possible. What the fuck have I said about the "it's impossible" defense? What the fuck have I said about it? It is the worst. It is such a freaking tell, for this person is so goddamn guilty. Okay? Every single time the "it's impossible" is from somebody who totally fucking did it. And here it's so important that it's impossible. She's been there twice to try to prove it. She's taken their words and she's adamant that she's going to prove not I didn't do it. It couldn't have happened. I couldn't have done that. I guarantee you, like, they always could have. Always. Every single time. The whole reason why it's impossible is incredibly fucking stupid. And as you'll find out, this is no exception. So the first problem here is that she both drove the red arrow, the route that she was supposed to have taken in the car. She drove that, and it took 2 minutes. It took 2 minutes to do that drive that was lined out. But then when she walked the blue, that took 5 minutes. See? QED. It's impossible. Alice somehow, not like she's motivated or anything, Alice somehow couldn't do it the way that they did. Therefore, it's impossible. It couldn't have happened. Oh, it does get worse. But we take our recess at this point. We take our our little morning 10-minute recess. When we come back in, there's a little brief period of gazing in the plexiglass because she sits in her normal seat before the judge calls her back up to the witness stand. So there's a little bit of a gaze in the plexiglass, and then there's a dabbing of the forehead with the scarf. little dab. When she's invited back up to the stand, this is the first time when the skirt is unfortunately low and the top is unfortunately hiding up, and those of us in the courtroom get much more of a view than we particularly find appropriate in a court setting. Her testimony continues that after retracing her steps, or the steps, she went to Google Maps to look at the same journey. And she was looking for the little yellow men that you can drop onto the map. And that's because her pictures lacked perspective. So she wanted to have better views of these intersections. So now we have a new exhibit, 248, which is a 6-page document. Joe first objects to this. He says this is new. He's getting at this hasn't been produced. He hasn't seen this before. The judge says, first, it's not being offered, so this is not the right time to be objecting. Janina says it's rebuttal. It's rebuttal. And so the judge says it doesn't have to be offered before now because it's rebuttal. Nice to have that confirmation there on the record that you can, in fact, surprise people on rebuttal. And the judge reiterates the objection. Make your objection when it's offered. That's the appropriate time to do that. So we have some foundation that page by page. What are we looking at? These are Google Maps images from different views of the various intersections involved. The first was Beverly Boulevard, and the judge is trying to ask for clarification because she says this is the intersection where we used to live, and the judge wants to know what street. And she's saying, oh, well, the street is running up and down, and she's like starting to ramble, and the judge is like, what street? Beverly. So the judge has to like kind of cut her off and get the answer. Second one is La Jolla on the corner, Harper on the corner, Beverly at Harper, Beverly and Flores to the south, and then view of Flores and Beverly kind of in the middle. The exhibit is offered. Joe has multiple objections, insufficient foundation, says it's not rebuttal, it's case in chief. The judge says by its nature, her case in chief is a rebuttal to his case in chief. So I guess that technically means she could present entirely new stuff, undisclosed stuff in her own case. That did not ultimately happen, but the judge says foundational, I'm with you because we don't know when this was created. Joe says also there's markings added to it. The judge says, I understand the markings. These are things that Google Maps put on. They put on the street names. They put on like these other markers. He says, I'm more interested in when this was captured and whether it was altered. And Alice obtained all of these on the same day, 3 or 4 days ago. That's how remorseful she is. She's been working up her, it's impossible defense 3 or 4 days ago. Well, this is day 4 of the trial. Did she wait until after the trial had started? Was it Sunday? Was it Sunday? No, she didn't alter them. The judge now wants to know why. Why did you create these? And so Alice explains quite helpfully, because when I looked at the map, I realized they claimed that I turned onto La Jolla and I made a U-turn, and I remember that there was a building there. And then they also said that I made this aggressive U-turn around Flores, and I knew that there was no way you would be able to see around those buildings. See, it's impossible because the first one, they both testified Didn't see exactly what she did to come back out onto Beverly, but she did something. Maybe she did this, maybe she did that, but she ended up back on Beverly and made the second pass. And then the third one, she did the aggressive U-turn on Flores. I'm pretty sure if you're watching somebody on Beverly, like turn onto Flores to make a U-turn and you are on Beverly, you're gonna be able to see that. Pretty sure this is not an impossibility problem at all. If you just are listening to what they said and you're engaging with what they said at face value instead of what I guess you think they said or maybe you wanted them to say, which is another classic, you know, another just classic denial defense, not actually defending what the other person is actually saying, you know, turning it into something else and then arguing with that. So that was her explanation. There was no way they could have seen these things, these U-turns. So I went to get pictures of all these, what buildings were at the intersections to show they wouldn't be able to see. So the judge says, well, it sounds like the evidence goes to the weight of Ioan and Bianca's testimony. Yes, I would say that it does. And I would say that it does not detract whatsoever from the weight of what Ioan and Bianca had to say. We turn to September 9th of 2024 when she took a photograph in the courtroom. Yes, I took a photograph in the courtroom. Judge of Ioan, because she's asked, did you take a photograph of Ioan in the courtroom? She says, I took a photograph in the courtroom. And so the judge is like, of Ioan? That was the question. That was the question. Answer the damn question. She paused. There's a long pause. Yes, but not on purpose. But not on purpose. No, she was trying to capture an online troll named Andrea Burkhart. Oh, she has harassed me viciously online on Twitter and on YouTube. She writes about my clothing, my sexuality, my children. It's absolutely horrific. So when I turned around, I saw Ioan laughing with that person. And I nearly fainted that they knew each other. The attorneys, they were in chambers at this point, and I was not aware of the court rule that no photography was allowed in the courtroom. Other judges, they didn't give. I'd been to other hearings, but other judges, they didn't give that don't record admonition that this court gives at the beginning of every session. And it was not her intention at all to break a court rule. Janita asks, oh, by the way, is she here? Yes. Yes, I got in court identified. Hi. Hi, Judge, here I am. Oh man. Oh, also on September, in that court hearing in September of 2024, just so you know, she live tweeted the whole hearing, and I was directed to the thread as soon as I got out, and it was what I was wearing, and so the judge has some things to say. The judge says, Alice, there's a difference between writing about what happens in a courtroom, which is publicly open, and live streaming what happens. Now, let's be clear. Signs are posted everywhere, and they are everywhere in this entire courthouse. When you first come in through security, as you go like past every hallway, it's in every single courtroom. It's outside, it's inside. It is freaking everywhere. There are signs posted everywhere that you can't photograph in the courtroom. So I guess the memo is these signs need to be larger. was what, yeah, or you're not buying this shit, Judge. I know you're not buying this shit. I guess the memo is these signs need to be larger. Was what you saw a video and or audio of what happened, or an account of what happened? Well, Andrea would be tweeting in real time. Judge, as long as images or sound are not broadcast, people have a right to take notes in various forms, including digital. There is a difference between that and violation of rules of court. Well, what did you observe? I observed a series of tweets about what happened that day, Judge. And you see how that's different than what you did with the phone. Oh, she wanted so bad to get me in trouble with the judge, and instead she got a little lecture for herself. See how that's different? See how that's different? Nice deflection, kinda. See how that's different? People following the rules and exercising their rights. See how that's different? So how'd you feel, Alice? Oh, I just felt like the biggest idiot ever. So stupid and remorseful. It doesn't fucking sound like it to me. Where's my apology, bitch? Where's my I'm sorry? Oh no. What about the courts? What about the courts? Not even the courts. But oh no, she had no intention to harass Ioan. That wasn't her intention in taking the photo at all. She just can't believe he knows the troll. So remorseful. In fact, she went into complete panic mode, and she took the picture before she could even think about it. She just went on autopilot, you know. Acting without thinking to violate the rules of court. I don't think that's really, I don't think that's the win you think that is. I really don't think that's the smoking gun you're looking for. It's totally okay, Judge, because I broke the rule and was in contempt, just thoughtlessly. Just wasn't thinking about what I was doing. I just kind of did it. I don't think that's real reassuring in terms of your impulse control and how that goes to the likelihood or lack thereof that there will be future violations of this restraining order if it's not extended. There will be future harassment of the type that you were engaging in if it's not extended. Because if you can't control yourself, well, then he has every reason to be afraid. And frankly, the way that you've behaved in complete defiance of that order gives him every reason to think, yeah, you can't control yourself and you got an excuse for everything. And then you come in here and you put on your crumpled face and you cry your little crocodile tears and your big sniffs and you smear that Kleenex all over your face and you say you're remorseful, but you sure don't act like it. We move now to Exhibit 71, page 9, which is a post. She's not sure what date it is made on, but maybe in 2024. And the post was when she got summoned for court for eviction. So yeah, it would have been 2024. And I believe this was her like relaunching of the GoFundMe that she had originally launched back in June of 22. She then kind of relaunched it during this eviction, weird, you know, we have no money, et cetera, et cetera. She says there was literally no money to pay for movers, so I reached out in abject panic to say, can somebody please help me? This might have been the, like, is somebody have a couch we can sleep on or something too? There was a post like that along those lines in this time frame. I hate to, we just are so desperate. Does somebody have a room? Don't you have any friends? You've lived here for 20 years. You don't have friends you can ask. You got to ask online randos to put you up in a room in Los Angeles. That seemed like that's real safeguarding your daughters. No, because it's a bunch of performative shit, isn't it? Yeah, we all know. We all know. We all know. At this point, somebody comes into the courtroom, and the judge knows who it is, and they acknowledge the person, and the judge asks if the parties are okay with the witness staying in the courtroom. And I couldn't hear the name. I don't know who they're talking about. He's a very tall, suited black man. He's a big guy, very tall guy in a suit. And Janina said at this point that she is probably not calling Ms. Lesgard, which should have clued me in because Ms. Lesgard is Alice's forensic accountant. Nobody cared if the witness stayed there. That also probably should have clued me in, but I wasn't sure. Didn't know who this was. Found out later this was Patrick Green. This was the forensic accountant that Ioan had hired. They had originally had him scheduled to go yesterday, and then it was going long, so they asked to push him. So apparently they pushed him to today. This is probably like 11 in the morning at this point that he shows up. Yeah, we never got to him. He sat there all day, and the judge was not necessarily pleased about that. So Joe objects to her last response, the whole thing about, you know, there's no money to pay and blah, blah, blah. And the judge says, just, it's not probative. So I'll forget anything that's not, and it doesn't matter anyway, basically saying he's not even really caring about this stuff. Another post she made where she said that you can hand out a DVRO for mean tweets, but when real violence happens, it's hard to prove. You can't get one because it's too hard to prove. What did you mean by that comment, Alice? Alice, I just know a lot of people who have been beaten very badly, and children who have been hurt but can't get restraining orders. Whereas it seems easier to get a restraining order with no physical violence. That's all she meant. She knows. She knows lots of people who have been beaten. I really sincerely doubt that she knows lots of people who have been beaten. And I also definitely don't think she has very good perspective on the ease or difficulty of getting a restraining order when you have been beaten and you have a fuck ton of physical evidence. It's extremely fucking easy to get a restraining order when you have been beaten and you have actual physical evidence of that. You're not just claiming a bunch of bullshit that you can't substantiate. But it wasn't, this post was not at all directed towards Ioan Bianca. Not at all. Not at all. Mm-mm. We then look at another, these are comments that she's made. So we look at another one, and the first question is, whose post is it on? And the judge says that's hearsay, can't go into anybody's statements but Alice's. And has to explain You don't get to say that because you can only accomplish answering that question by looking at the document. The document is not an evidence. Only Alice's comment is an evidence. So what was the context of this comment? At that time, they had just gotten through 2 years of a custody battle, and the outcome was I had the children 100% of the time, and he does not visit. That was the outcome. She really wanted that picked up by the Daily Mail. A lot of this stuff she wants. Like I said, this is not for the judge, because the judge, this is not relevant to what the judge, and so the judge is picking up on you are saying this, and it's really not clear why. I mean, it is clear why, because you're just wanting to try to smear Ioan still wanting to push this narrative of he abandoned them when you could not have fought harder to push him out of their lives, to the point of probably severely damaging your own children. But she wants to continue to smear him. Joe objected and moved to strike to that. He says this is a violation of the court order not to share info about the custody evaluation. The judge says, I don't see it that way. I see it as Alice commenting about court proceedings. And he says, as far as the post, you wanted to get this in, right? So it's relevant. And it is one of the petitioner's exhibits. So then she's asked, how long has it been since Ioan has visited the children? And she says 2 years. Well, I know the context for that. A lot of context for that. It doesn't fucking matter for any of this. It has nothing to do with the DVRO renewal. But she wanted to say it because she really, really wanted the press to report that. She really did. And that's why she doesn't include any of the context either. Remember the restraining order they tried to get against him? Do you remember what led to that? You remember how all that went down? Do you remember the reconciliation therapy that was tried that you kept interfering with? You remember how you interfered with every single session? Remember all that? Remember how much all that cost? Another post. Oh, it's a comment. I was commenting on a post. This was in Exhibit 72, so it must have been a later time. This, of course, was not directed towards Ioan or Bianca. She just posted it because she wanted to say something nice to a person who had posted something about their person having an affair. This was a post that she made that was something along the lines of, like, yeah, I've been there. I've been there. Oh, it has nothing to do with Ioan and Bianca, of course. This is 2025. She's totally over it, not maintaining these narratives still. No risk that she would continue with this bullshit if the order isn't in place, right? She's doing it when the order is in place. This was probably early 2025. And there was a comment about something to do. This is some kind of comment about Ioan's parenting. And so she's asked about the context of the relationship between Io and the kids then. And the kids are just completely desperate that dad won't talk to them, and he didn't send gifts for Christmas. They're devastated. He doesn't call or respond to their texts. And yeah, doesn't call or respond to the text they send him. Like those texts he had to file with the whole eviction stuff. Give us money, daddy, fuck you. We're not living with you. That would be a fucking punishment. All that stuff. Why would he respond to that? Another one where she's just expressing her upset about Ioan not talking to the children. It's not directed in any way towards Ioan or Bianca. It's not directed at them in any way. She's just expressing her upset. That's her explanation for all of this. It's just her truth, her feelings. It's all about her. All about her. Not in a single part of this has she given a goddamn thought to anybody else. It's all about her feelings. And if that isn't like the truest part of her testimony. Another post. She says something to the effect of, I can't talk about my case because he and his now wife will try to put me in jail. This was in about mid-January of 2023. Or no, she's explaining that the reason why she thinks this, why she said this, is because in mid-January of 2023, Ella was in the living room and she spoke to somebody called on the phone and she spoke to them and she was freaking out. So she put the phone on speaker and it was Ioan saying that she's in jail and that she's done a lot of bad things. And it was a strange conversation because it went on for a long time, like maybe 5 minutes. And I could hear after about 5 or 6 seconds due to her panic and putting the speaker on. And EB kept saying, no, you know, she's here. And he said, well, that's strange because the detective said, and he's whispering to someone who seems to be in the room. And he seems to be doing this like every time. He's always whispering to somebody else that's there, and said, oh, she's going to be. It's quite a story, isn't it? Quite a story, isn't it? Wonder where the call record is. Wonder where the call record is. Just saying. There'd be a call record. Her response, she was in abject terror because she's the only person they've got. Really? Even back in mid-June of 2023? Before 2 more years of alienation? 3 more years at this point. Mid-2023, she's the only person they've got. She's terrified. We don't have any family here. We're all alone. All alone. She's got a dad. She's got a brother, a living brother, right? Does she have another sister or another brother? I think she might have two more brothers. She's estranged from all of them. Ioan has parents. She's estranged from them too. But they have nobody. They have nobody. They're so alone. Whose fault is that? You think there will be the tiniest bit of reflection on that? Of course not. Of course not. Asked if she had spoken to a detective between August 2022 and today. Yes, she has. Judge wants to know what was the subject of the call. Alice says, well, there was a couple of times. And she's, one of the things that she does, like she kind of plays confused a little bit. She does as much more when we get to cross, but she does it a little bit here. Well, you know, she acts like she doesn't understand the question, or it's so complex, and I must tell you everything, all the details, and make sure that you understand. And the judge doesn't give a shit at all, but you know, well, but there was a couple of times. So the judge repeats, did you speak to a detective? couple of times, Judge. How many times? Once. And what was the subject matter? Alice, well, I don't want to get this wrong because there was another time in the courthouse, and the judge is just like, what did you talk to the detective about on the phone? She said, Morales called about the fake accounts on Twitter. And Janina asked, isn't you offered to provide your cell phone? Did you offer to provide your cell phone? Yes, but that wasn't accepted, her cell phone. She offered to provide her cell phone. Her chin is sky high when she said, We turn to Ioan's request to renew the DVRO, which is Exhibit 15. She reviewed it first just after it was filed. How did she respond? Well, she felt desperate because she was, oh no, I'm sorry. This is his application to renew the DVRO. So she reviewed it just after it was filed. It was filed in May of last year, July of last year. I forget. It was last year. I'm like already forgotten my timeline. My timeline is on Substack. I don't have it up and handy, but somewhere in that time frame. Interestingly, she did not file her response until 3 days before trial. She did not file a response anywhere near the time that she first reviewed it. After it was first filed, she felt desperate because she was hoping we were going to get to move on from everything at this point. She thought we were just going to get to move on. She was devastated that he wanted to continue this. Just can't understand why he won't just move on with her continued fucking behavior. She just doesn't get it. They are drawing her attention. Janina's drawing her attention to various parts of the application and asking her to read them to herself so that then they can ask questions about them. So she's reading, and as she's reading, now we start to get the histrionics, the hand to the forehead, literally hand to the back of the forehead, like that. And just hands and face and pages 14 to 15. Denies that she tried to find Ioan Bianca's new address in February 2024. And no, she did not cause mail to be delivered there. In fact, in June of 2025, Alice herself, she moved to Encino. And Ioan has never lived there, but she has received lots of mail there with his name on it. Janina wants to put in an exhibit that is presumably like some piece of mail that has Ioan's name on it. The judge says she's testified to that. He doesn't want it. And he also says, I think that the parties should stay away from more of their private lives. I think he's saying, just like your addresses and where you are and stuff like that, you might want to consider keeping that a little more on the DL. Denies that she provided the address of Ioan and Bianca to a photographer named Jeff. Now, she does know Jeff now, but she didn't know Jeff then, back in, so it was May. Okay, put in my notes. May 2025 when he filed for the renewal. She didn't know Jeff in May 2025, but she does know Jeff now, conveniently. Page 17. She did not, denies she physically assaulted Ioan on July 14th of 2020, nor did she pass out from intoxication. We turn to Exhibit I to that renewal, which is the photograph of her passed out on the floor. And Alice turns to it. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, she has an idea when the photo was taken. She doesn't believe this is the right date. She doesn't believe this is July 14th of 2020. She believes that it was taken earlier. And she didn't know he had taken the photograph. They had just had an earthquake, you see, and the children were learning about. She had heard that you need to lie down alongside a bed during an earthquake. In case things are falling off and falling down. So she lied on the floor because she was making dinner and they thought it was funny. 20 years in LA and you think you lie down by the bed during an earthquake? Nobody is buying that. Nobody is buying that. Everybody in California knows you get in the doorway. You get in the doorway. You get in the strong engineered frame of the house. The house is literally built, engineered to withstand the earthquake. You stand in the structural part of the house. You stand in the door frame. I haven't lived in Southern California since I went to law school 20 some years ago. And I know, absolutely not. You do not lie on the floor. Lying on the floor is how things will fall and hit you. Or the non-structural parts of the house, such as the drywall, the glass, and things like that, will break and will hit you. Lie on the floor, yeah. Not a good thing to be teaching your kids. Good thing they probably know you're full of shit too. She's really starting to ramble now. You can tell when, like, she, for me anyway, I think you can tell when she knows she's full of shit and she's not quite sure anybody is buying it. And so she really starts to ramble, like when she's putting her story together. Because you know, she's just continuing, you know, blah, we thought it was funny, and I don't even remember when it was. I don't remember the date. The earthquakes all seem to run together as they do in Los Angeles. So then we turn to the next day is when Ioan returned to Australia to finish filming Hiiiiii, and they exchanged lots of texts the next day on July the 15th. He had come back in April, and they had 3 months of family life in lockdown. And then they found out he had to go back, and he was very upset because he didn't want to leave his family. He was very upset to have to go back to Australia. Somehow I doubt that, but the judge at this point interjects, "We don't need to relitigate the restraining order." And Janina says, "But these are new claims that he made in the renewal." And she's claiming it goes to credibility of Ioan. So the judge says, "All right, I'll take it for that limited purpose." So we get the one, this is like the one, pretty sure this is the one exhibit that gets admit. Remember, you know, she has so much evidence against him. We get like one exhibit during her direct examination. And it's a text message from July 15th of 2020. It is not offered, there's a hearsay objection, but it's not offered for the substantive underlying predicate. It is offered for credibility. And so she identifies that Ioan's text is on the right, hers is on the left. Pretty sure that means it came from Ioan's phone, so Ioan would have produced this to her, and then, but so the text message comes in, and guys, I didn't write it all down. I couldn't write it all down. I started gagging like halfway through, and it's very long, but the part I did get: "I am so sorry, my angel. Please, please forgive me. I'm mortified. You're the sweetest, and something. There's something about Thean, which is Theeeeaan, and my beautiful baby angel, and like this other stuff." Alice explains he's apologizing because he had been unkind before he left. He's apologizing for being unkind before he left. And the judge wants clarification on this. What is Theeeeaan? And Alice explains this is a term of endearment because they would engage in baby talk. engage in baby talk. And then they had a thing where they would turn the R's into something else and whatever. And the judge is just like, so it's a term of endearment. She says, yes. He's like, that's all I need. Judge is probably out there like holding it back himself. Yes, it was just a little message as he left to make sure she knew how much he loved her. No, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. There are so many ways I think this is an own goal to put a message like this in, because number one, there is nothing remotely like this over the course of the years of communications we have and incidents that we've talked about and so forth. Nothing remotely like an apology from Alice to anybody. Certainly not to Ioan, but to nobody. And here all the way back in 2020, who's making the effort? Who's making the effort? And then you have to look at the nature of what that effort is. Look at the nature of that effort, because one person is placating and appeasing. One person is placating and appeasing. And you know, that's a pretty good indication when you're looking at a relationship with domestic violence characteristics. It's a pretty good indication of who's the abuser and who's the victim. Who's doing the appeasing? Who's the one walking on eggshells? Who's the one that is trying to heal? I think this was an own goal. I do not think at all that this little text message is making the point she wanted it to make. She's suggesting that you know, this undermines his testimony about what happened on July the 14th. I really don't think this is the thing that she wants it to be. We then turn to the accusation that he witnessed you attempt to give cocaine to the children. I would never do that. No, no. The children, in fact, were at home and Ioan was on a plane. He said in his declaration he witnessed it on FaceTime. There was a FaceTime message that he received. He was gone for 3.5 weeks. And then, of course, how many times have we heard this one from the abusive flying monkeys all over social media? Once Ioan left out, once he moved out, he left the children in her care. Yeah, it couldn't have been that bad. He left the children there. How many times have we heard that? The fucking victim blaming. How many times have we heard that? As if he had a freaking choice, as if it's not like, you know, kidnapping the kids to take them out of their home where they're living when he had to flee, leaving everything that he owns behind. He needed to leave that badly. I'm positive that there's more to that story, but you know, we're not hearing it. So the man is entitled to you know, some measure of privacy. We then look at the photo, the whole thing about the bruise on her arm and the threat, you know, threatening him. Did you ever do that? No, never. And at this point, she's I'm pretty sure this is when she wiped her face with the scarf. She's like wiping her nose. She's sniffing. She's you know, overcome at these accusations. No, never. Turning to Alison Bischoff. Does she know Alison Bischoff? Yes, she does. She admits she knows Alison Bischoff, but disclose any confidential information to her? Never. Never. Now, Alice has been living with the DVRO for 3.5 years now. it's almost 4 since the TRO. It is 4. It's like it's past 4 and it's like we're at 4. It was February of 2022 that the TRO was issued. So she's asked now how it's impacted her life. This is going to, we talked the other day about the Ritchie factors. The court has emphasized these repeatedly. This is what he cares about in the renewal hearing, the Ritchie factors. What is the basic predicate for the order in the first place is the first factor. What, if any, changes of circumstances are there that indicate that the order is or is not still needed? And 3, what is the effect? What kind of effect does the DVRO have? And does the burden of the DVRO basically outweigh the, risk of whatever the violation is going to be? So we're moving on to that third Ritchie factor, the impact. So first, well, she can't enter the United States without being taken aside at Border Patrol. She gets taken into a room at Border Patrol. The last few times they've been horrendous, especially under the Trump regime. Things have just been terrible. Number 2, Ella, the daughter, has been terrified that I am going to be taken away because of that phone call where Ioan said I would go back to prison. And so she has panic attacks and she attends school. She attends school online because she can't apparently go to school in person because her panic is so bad. Does this sound like healthy adjustment? Does this sound like healthy adjustment? Where the fuck is your concern? You think you're fixing this by sending your child to online school and not to therapy? Not to reunification? Does this sound a little bit enmeshed? The daughter is panicking over the mother will go to prison. Does that sound a little like the daughter is having to bear the emotional burdens of the parent? Because it really sure does to me. Really does to me. Sounds like this child is having to carry a emotional load that is not hers. She shouldn't even know about any of this. And yes, I know the phone call to Ioan is made up. I know that that's a bunch of bullshit. I know that this is something that Alice has said because that's her MO. She's done it repeatedly. We've seen it throughout, these, just the history, but it's even there in some of the DVRO documents, the things like where she is the one to tell the children things like she makes up these narratives and then she tells everybody and then she attributes it to Ioan or Bianca or whatever, like the one where he couldn't send Ella to private school anymore because he was spending all his money on Bianca's movie. She tells his mother that, she tells the children that, she tells the internet that, and then she makes up that it's Ioan that said that. Yeah, I kind of tend to think this is in that same vein. And 3, the third burden from the DVRO is that people like Burkhart and the Tattle people. Well, I'm not diminishing it, by the way. I'm not diminishing the DVRO in any way, but it does make it sound like I've hurt somebody. I haven't heard anybody. Oh my God, did she fucking say that? Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. Makes it sound like I've hurt somebody. I think the but after the I'm not trying to diminish it, this is a classic example of the if you're saying the but, it's negating everything you just said. And so you maybe should reconsider if you should say it at all. Because you actually really did just diminish the fuck out of this DVRO. I didn't hurt them. They spent 3 days on the stand talking about the impact that this has had on them. the impact this has had on their health, the impact this has had on their career, the impact this has had on their relationships, the impact this has had on their emotional well-being. And according to Alice, oh, but it's not like they were hurt. I don't think that's going to land well at all. I don't think that's going to land well at all. Because that is, in fact, severely diminishing the DVRO, and it shows a lack of insight. It shows a remarkable lack of insight into the effects of your conduct. And if you don't have insight into the effects of your conduct, then you are likely to repeat that conduct. So you probably still need the DVRO, since you can't fucking restrain yourself. You need somebody else to tell you what the boundaries are, since you seem incapable of being able to recognize them for yourself. Yeah, I could not believe she said that. I really couldn't. I'm like, surely they didn't practice this one. Surely Janina wasn't like, yeah, go with that. It makes it sound like I've hurt someone. So they email my agents and employers that they're hiring an abuser, and so I've lost some jobs, and it's worsened because of the public nature of the DVRO and all of this, and the trolls. They like to email. They like to email people. Not a single email in evidence, of course. Not an employer, not an agent, nobody substantiating any of this. But yes, terrible, because of people like Burkhart and Tattle with the fucking receipts about the abuse campaign that she's perpetrated. Not just on Ioan and Bianca, but on her own fucking children. Okay, this Medea here. Joe objects and moves to strike the testimony about losing jobs on the ground that there's no foundation. And the judge says this is the third Ritchie factor. The weight that I give it depends on the totality of the circumstances. He's made a lot of comments about weight of the testimony over Alice's day. And I noticed it because, yes, of course it's going to go to weight, but all of these things kind of go to weight. You're going to be considering the weight of Ioan and Bianca as well. It really just seems to me like this is kind of a veiled, it depends on my determination of Alice's credibility, and you don't have to worry about that. The weight I give it depends on the totality of the circumstances, which basically means who do I believe, and do I believe this person or not? Because she's got nothing to substantiate this, and so much of what she says is completely incredible. So much of what she says is contradictory. So much of how she is trying to present herself is inconsistent with who she reveals herself to be in all of these messages, communications, posts, and etc. And her explanations for them are pretty underwhelming. So I think that's what the judge is getting at with the totality of the circumstances. But that's just my read. We're going to have to wait to the decision to see about that. Since August of 2022, she's asked how the circumstances have changed. What has changed since then? Well, they set the temporary custody order since the temporary order. Scratch all this. Since the permanent order was entered in August of 2022, they were able to set the temporary order for maintenance and support and everything in 2024. They solved custody 2 years ago. It wasn't 2 years ago, but I guess, close enough, whatever. With the agreement that I would have the children. She really wanted to repeat that, I've started dating again. She started dating again, guys. Did the Daily Mail pick up on that one? Because I bet she wanted them to. I've started dating again. I've had other partners. I have a new life and a new house, and I've started working, and I'm quite excited about that part. Alice, everybody is excited about you working. Everybody would like you to stop being a fucking leech and stand on your own 2 feet. Everybody would like that. That's why I don't buy for a second this bullshit about all these people are texting your employers, emailing your employers, and so forth. Oh, probably a few here and there have. I mean, that's what happens when you attract a bunch of lunatic attention with the kind of histrionics that you've engaged in publicly. But most people want to see you work so you won't be such a useless fucking barnacle on this very nice, gentle, peaceful man that we just watched go through an awful lot of hell. So I'm glad you're excited about it, because I think kind of everybody is excited about it and everybody would like to see more of it. By the way, could you make sure you're not using it as an opportunity to just keep shit talking your husband while you're doing your little fan conventions? Because I got to tell you, a lot of your little comments that you get on your Instagram from the people that you see at your conventions really kind of makes it sound like you're probably just using it as a chance to talk shit about your ex-husband. I want to just give that a thought. Might actually be more exciting to actually move on with your life instead of trying to hold this grudge and feed it. Quite liberating to just let it go. Doesn't make you look bad. It actually kind of makes you look a lot better when you can move on. Between November 1st of 2021 and October of 2022, she was not working at all. So before the DVRO, but now she has set up this year at least 6 or 7 big convention jobs. They average 3 to 5 days each. The pay is not really all that well. Certainly not compared to you guys or anybody really, but just considering I've been getting by with nothing, been subsisting with nothing. She's, one of her rambling answers. It's so rambling, Joe has to ask for this answer to be read back because she couldn't understand it. So the judge admonishes her again, slow down. Court reporter's got to keep up. Alice does still use her social media on Instagram, but the primary purpose is to communicate with her fans and to let them know where she's coming and possibly encourage them to ask for her to come to other conventions. Because of the DVRO, she can't apply for things like global entry or TSA pre-check, and she's been told about other things that she wouldn't be able to sign up for if she tried. She didn't specify what they were, though. She's also received hundreds of death threats. Daily, she receives death threats. Daily. Not a goddamn one in evidence, but hundreds that she's received, and she receives them daily. The last time she personally spoke with Ioan was back in April of 2021, almost 5 years ago. Well, that was the last time you had a chance to say anything to his face. Sure been running your mouth in these digital forums, though, haven't you? That's the conclusion of the direct examination. So we are near lunch, but it's about 11:30, and so it's quite early. The judge asks if Joe wants to go ahead and go right into it, take early lunch, take a quick break. Joe's like, let's just take a quick break so that he can reset, and then we'll start the cross-examination, and then we'll go to lunch. So that's what we do. We have a quick, they call it the comfort break. Oh, so delicate. Comfort break. And then we, before actually we proceed to the cross-examination, there is a remote request to appear remotely that has been filed. It is apparently relating to Lynne Blank. So this seems to be corroboration that Lynne Blank is in fact still going to testify. It's just not going to be on this DVRO renewal portion of the hearing. It's going to be about the RFO portion. And so basically whether Alice's abuse campaign justifies limiting or eliminating her spousal support. So the judge asked if there was any objection to the request for remote appearance, and Janina just had a clarification because she says she has impeachment exhibits, and so they haven't been. She doesn't have them. They haven't been disclosed, right? They're impeachment. And so the judge says we will email it in the moment, and if the witness doesn't want to give the email to her or to the court, then they would just have Joe forward it to her in the moment. And they would handle the impeachment exhibits that way. He says that does happen from time to time. I'll bet it does in your long cause contested family court docket. I bet it happens quite a lot that people don't want to give their email out. Wouldn't surprise me at all. So before cross starts, Alice puts her comfort scarf back on. She'd taken it off, but now she puts the comfort scarf back on. And there's a long pause. Joe is reading something. There's a long pause, and she's up there, and and so Joe finally starts. Good afternoon, Alice. And Alice says, "Hi, Joe. Hi, Joe." Hi, Joe. I wrote it as Hiiiii. Hi, Joe. She confirmed she was in collaborative with Ioan, the collaborative process from January to March of 2021. He wants to know who was your attorney. The judge interjects that is not relevant. He doesn't want to know anything about collaboration. That seemed pretty clear on the direct, but I guess Joe was still going to try. Joe asked, you said you were terrified by the media attention you were getting when the divorce started. That is objected to and sustained as misstating the testimony. So he restates, counsel had asked you about the cars outside your house and the lenses, and that was terrifying for you. Why? And she said, well, I didn't understand what it was like to truly be in the spotlight like that. Her Diana moment. She didn't understand what it was really like to be like Diana. Hunted. And so Joe asks, so can you commiserate with Ioan's concerns about facing extraordinary media coverage? And Alice kind of mumbles a little bit of an answer. I think it would be difficult for anyone, and like kind of mumbles some stuff. And so the judge interrupts because she says something in there, and the judge is like, did you say grave or did you say great? And Alice says, I tried to say difficult, but my British is very staccato, her British. She tried to say difficult. And I don't think that's what the judge was asking you about, because I don't think he misheard difficult as grave. I think there was something else in there. I don't know if the court reporter got it. They could have asked the court reporter to read it back, but they didn't. So don't know what part of that the court reporter picked up. When the initial DVRO request was filed, first we go to Exhibit 12, I'm sorry. And these are, I believe, the continuance, the minutes. And so the initial hearing, she says she does not recall going to the initial hearing. And Joe's like, there was a request to continue the hearing until June. And are you saying that you weren't there? And she says, no, she wasn't there. So then he shows her Exhibit 13, page 1, and asks if it refreshes her recollection that she was in court on May 1st of 2022. And she says, I was not. And the judge says, I think that misstates the evidence. It says March 11th. It says March 11th. So Joe had said March 1. It says March 11th. Not a biggie. Alice denies that she was served the restraining order on March 11 of 2022. She said somebody left it in the mailbox. And no, her lawyer didn't give it to her. She just got it in the mailbox. Now, they're going to have a fairly routine practice for how this type of thing is done in this court. That is really, really typical. These types of orders are issued a lot, you know, all the time. And you can't be charged with a violation of it or found in contempt of it if you're not served with it. And it's a pain in the ass for courts to be dealing with all kinds of contests, all kinds of disputes about whether or not you knew there had been an order in place. And so there are routinely going to be just standard processes, whatever it is, it might vary. Sometimes it's going to be, you know, one of the lawyers is going to send it to you. Sometimes it's going to be the sheriff is going to come knock on your door and hand it to you. Whatever the standard is, I don't know, but I'd be really surprised if there isn't a very normal practice here in Los Angeles. I'd be very surprised if just somebody leaving it in the mailbox is the normal way that these things get handled. She does recall that the hearing was continued, but she was very confused at that time. You see, she was very confused in March of 2022. A year into the divorce, she's still very confused. It seems to be like a chronic thing. June 14th of 2022, she does not recall being in court that day either. She doesn't recall being served with the restraining order extension. And she says all of these things came in the mail. She didn't think she had a lawyer on June the 14th. She certainly didn't go to court. She was never handed the order in hand, and she never met the lawyer in person. And so Joe confirms you weren't present on either March 11th or June the 14th of 2022. And Alice says, I was not there. I may have had a lawyer, or somebody from the law firm may well have appeared. The minute order tends to suggest she was there on March 1st. It's less than clear. It's less than clear. There's a notation on it that says that all parties appeared by Court Connect. What it doesn't have is her name on it saying that she appeared. So it's not real clear in terms of what he impeached her with, but seemed to think that she was there. Seemed to think, and you know, I can't, of course, see these exhibits that he's looking at, so I don't know exactly what did he show her to refresh her recollection. I don't know. But she says you know, she denies that she was there. So then we moved on to the remedial effort of the offensive posts being taken down. Yes, and that's what she did. And Joe says, but they're still out there on the internet, aren't they? And she says, oh, I don't know. I hope not. I hope not. And Joe's like, you didn't hear Bianca testify that they're still out there? And and she said that you could look at them on, oh, Alice says she said you could look at them on different sites like Tattle, but that's not the same as being on my site. And sorry, I imagine they're still on Tattle. Sorry, I imagine they are still on Tattle. There's like some talking over at this point. So judge tells her, Alice, you have to wait until the question finishes. Wait until he finishes the question. Then you can start your answer. So as far as the taking posts down, she's asked, you know, is it possible to once it's on the internet, it's out there, isn't it? You can't take down the internet. And Alice says, well, I think you can try very hard to do that. In fact, I'm involved with a group of people who are trying to take Tattle down in the United Kingdom. She's involved with a group of people trying to take Tattle down in the UK. We move to the parent-teacher conference at 3rd Street Elementary. She stated that she had seen sign-up sheets at previous conferences, but just apparently not this one. Remarkable. We turn to Exhibit 15, 99 to 100, which seems to be the sign-up schedule. We confirm Alice is not on this schedule. Ioan is the person that is signed up on the sheet, and he is in fact signed up for the last conference that day, scheduled to take place from 3:30 to 4 o'clock. It's lunch now. It's lunch. The judge wants to clarify what is going to happen schedule-wise with our lunch. And Joe says, well, we are trying to get Mr. Green, that's when I figured out as Patrick Green, the forensic accountant, on and off today. So our intention is to do Alice, finish with Alice, then do Mr. Green, and then reserve the closing for Monday. And the judge is like, look at the time. This is actually, I gotta pause because this is, I forgot. This is happening after we get back from lunch. There's nothing really remarkable at lunch except the amazing empanada I had. I had this amazing corn empanada. Oh, it was so good. But nothing else worthwhile at lunch. So after lunch, we're talking about the schedule. And so the judge had delayed us coming back in after lunch because he had some ex parte thing that came in. I'm pretty sure it was on another case. If it was on this case, there wouldn't need to be an ex parte. It was just, I think, a totally unrelated thing he had to deal with. And it ended up taking about half an hour. So we didn't get started again until about 2, which means we have 2 hours and 15 minutes left in the court day. And so this seems like a quite ambitious estimate. So the judge is skeptical about the time, and the judge is like, how much longer do you think you have on cross? And Joe says, oh, I think an hour or less. And the judge says, well, Mr. Green, you know, what happens if we don't get to you? You know, if we don't get to him, his meter is ticking while he's sitting here. And looking at Mr. Green, and he's just like, it's not his fault, dude. He's here where he's supposed to be. He is here where he's told. It's not his problem. But he's over here catching the strays, right? It's not his fault. Yes, he's going to get paid for his time. And the judge says, oh, I think we can do it. I think we can get it done. He and Janina had apparently talked between lunch, you know, during the lunch hour about how they wanted to proceed, given that Mr. Green was here. And Janina did not want to do Mr. Green today. She did not want to like pause Alice and go to Mr. Green and take him on. She wanted to get Alice done. So yeah, we never got to Mr. Green, of course, as it turns out. But that was the agreement of the parties. So moving back to the cross-examination, and apparently the parent-teacher conference was discussed at the deposition. And so when she was deposed, she claimed that his conference had been scheduled first, and she denied interrupting his parent-teacher conference. But she did in fact interrupt it, and that's correct. Yes, she did interrupt it. She denies that the teacher asked her to leave. In her deposition, she said she didn't recall whether the teacher asked her to leave or not. She says at the deposition was the first time she ever heard about the incident. This is stricken as non-responsive. I'm not entirely sure why, but and so then he's asked, was there something you did to refresh your recollection since your deposition? Because back then you couldn't remember if you had been asked to leave. And today you're insisting, you're saying definitively the teacher did not ask you to leave. Something refresh you on that? Yeah, what was it? Well, she thinks, take some time. I had time to think. I had time to think. And she had time to think it up. Had time to think that he had a 3:30 appointment, and so did I. So she claims, she agrees. Joe is asking, of course, the leading questions. You claim you had no idea that Ioan was even there because you do the pretrial conferences, not him. Yes. And you claim he deliberately signed up after you. There's an objection to that as not her testimony. So Joe says, I'm reading from her deposition. And so we go to volume 2, page 293, certain lines of her deposition. Do you recall the teacher asking you to leave? And she says, no. Here you are standing in front of the only egress waiting for Ioan. He's reading from the deposition. The witness, I am not waiting for Ioan. There's an objection in the transcript to the question being compound. Here you are standing in front of the only egress waiting for Ioan. I think the part that's compound, egress, Ioan, the two different things. The judge sustains this. And so there's the answer is stricken. And so it continues. He's not allowed to read her answer. He's just allowed to read after that. And so Janina is saying, wait, you answered. And Joe says, why? And Janina says, I want to go off. I want to confer with my client, and we're going to go off the record. So she wants to confer with her client in the middle of a question, which is like super not appropriate. You answer the question and then you can go confer. But Joe had asked why to whatever Alice answered, and Janina wants to confer before that answer comes out. Joe, I guess, didn't object to that. Maybe he did and they didn't read it. I don't know. But that is not appropriate deposition behavior. So then Joe asked, did you state Ioan signed up after you deliberately? And she says, well, I need to see the transcript. So the judge at this point interjects. He says, this is an improper question because that answer was excluded. So you have to go about it another way. The part where she said Ioan signed up after him or after her, and he did that deliberately, was the answer to the compound question that he sustained the objection to. So he doesn't get to use that answer. Very unfortunate, because yeah, that sounds pretty inconsistent, doesn't it? So instead, the judge asks questions. The judge asks very good questions, doesn't he? Very good, direct, straight to the point questions. He asks, did you not sign up for a parent-teacher conference that day? No, she did not. The teacher, how did she know that she was supposed to be there? Because the teacher told the nanny. And she's not on the sign-up sheet because this was the first time that it was done electronically. Did you tell Ioan you were going? No. Did you see his name on the sheet? I didn't see the name on, I didn't see, or did you see your name on any sheet? She did not see her name on any sheet. So why did you stay? Well, because I didn't know he was in there. So why? I must have missed a question because I just wrote, why did you stay again? And she says, because I took the nanny, or I think it was, why had you gone in the first place? And she says, because I took the nanny's word that that's what happened. And the judge says, but that's not really how parent teacher conferences are set up, are they? It's not really how it works. It's not really how it works, is it, Alice? Did you ever tell the school that there was a DVRO against you? No. Are you aware of the school having notice of the restraining order? No. That's the judge's questions. Doesn't seem like he's buying this bullshit, does it? That's not really how parent-teacher conferences are set up, are they? I really feel like we're getting quite a lot of signals about the credibility assessment of these various witnesses. That seems pretty clear that he doesn't think that's very credible. The nanny did it and the nanny told you and you're not on the sign-up sheet. You just sort of like did it. He's not buying it. He's not buying it. So we go back to Joe now. And Joe says, is your testimony that your appointment was before or after Ioan's scheduled appointment? And she says, my current memory, her current memory is that it was at 3:30. Her current memory, that's convenient. I would have so dug into this. I would have so dug into this. Do you have other memories? Tell me about these other memories that you have. What memory did you have before? What memory did you have at the time of your deposition? Did you have a memory before that? Any other memories you want to share with us about this particular occasion? This memory here is serving as a version of events. How many versions of events have you tried out here? I would have dug into that. It didn't happen. Joe says, you saw the sign-up sheet and you testified his conference was first. Yes. So you had to have known he had a 3:30 appointment that day. And that is objected to as argumentative. And that objection is sustained. That's fair. He can just argue it in closing. If you had an appointment at 4, why did you apologize for being there at 3:35? Because I thought it was 3:30. How far away from Ioan was she when she entered the room? And she estimates from about here, about the door of the courtroom to where she was. And like I described, that's probably somewhere between, it's probably about 15 meters, 12 to 15 meters. So 36 to 40 feet or so. And Joe says, and you're saying you couldn't recognize him from that distance? And she says, well, I only saw the back of his head. Joe says, you really wanted to be at his parent-teacher conference, didn't you? And there was a loud snort into the microphone. Loud snort into the microphone, like a laugh, a chortle. And the judge admonishes Alice. It is not appropriate to react like that. It's your emotions, and you may feel that way. But this is not a theater. Oh, the burn. The burn. This is not a theater. Ouch. Oh, that has to sting. That has to sting. It's not a theater. Joe says, he says this a couple different ways, because at first he's like, are you really saying? And that gets objected to as argumentative. And finally, he just says, are you claiming that being there, you being there at the time of his pretrial, I keep saying pretrial conference, his parent-teacher conference was just a coincidence. Yes. Remarkable coincidence, just like Beverly is a remarkable coincidence too. Remarkable coincidence, because she couldn't have done, it's impossible that she did the things that they saw. And yet she is in fact there in the video, in the screenshot, there on Beverly Boulevard, looking in their direction, making some kind of hand gesture. Pure coincidence. Pure coincidence that they filmed just as she was going by. Because, of course, she didn't do anything they said, so they couldn't have known. Just sheer coincidence. We actually now turn to the Beverly Boulevard incident. I would have probably maybe connected them that way. But it didn't happen. We just turned to the Exhibit 248, the new exhibit, the photos that she took, or not that she took, but that she got from, Google Maps. And Joe says, are you claiming that photos taken 3 years later make it impossible for what Ioan and Bianca claim happened to have happened? This is objected to as argumentative, and that is overruled. And so she answers, yes. Her claim is that these photos from Google Maps 3 years later mean it's impossible that what Ioan and Bianca say happened. It's impossible. And Joe says, but did you hear them both testify that they couldn't see where you turned around? And now Alice has a real hard time understanding. This question gets asked a whole bunch of ways, repeatedly, multiple times. Did you hear them testify? And the third time she starts to stumble, and the judge is like, did you hear them testify to that? And she says, I heard them say that. So she's trying to buy time. She's trying to buy time, pretend she doesn't understand. It's really a very simple question. If you actually maybe fucking listen to anything that anybody else ever said instead of just paying attention to yourself, then perhaps it wouldn't be so difficult to answer these questions. Maybe give that some thought, a little bit of reflection. Did you hear them say you passed them on Beverly Boulevard the second time after turning onto La Jolla? I do recall that, yes. And yet you vehemently deny driving back and forth. I don't recall. And deny honking and waving. Yes, she denies. She does deny honking and waving. And yet we all watched Exhibit 55 and 56, and there you are beeping your horn. And she says, I don't think the beeping was from my car. But it is correct. I was in the car with my hand raised. But the beeping, the gentle honk she heard, just like the what was it, a light knock, gentle knock on the door at the elementary school, the gentle honking. She heard in her that's what she put in her response to the DVRO, the one she finally filed 3 days before the trial. No, the beeping was not. She doesn't think it was from her car. But yes, it was correct. She was in the car with her hand raised. But she just has no recollection of it. In all of the videos, the photos, the transcript, they don't refresh her at all. She has no recollection. Now we turn to the September courtroom incident. She confirms she did, in fact, see Joe in the courtroom that day. Joe, the lawyer, and he was there before the judge took the bench, and does she recall that both of them were present, both attorneys were present? He's saying this for a very specific reason. Both attorneys were present when the bailiff announced There is no use of photography, audio recording. Don't use your phone to record these incidents. Photography, it's all prohibited. No, she doesn't recall that. The reason why he made a point to say that both of them were in the courtroom is because Alice previously testified the bailiff had not, or the court had not given them that advisement. And Janita was present in the courtroom, this question implies, when that advisement is given. And so it implies that Janina has not corrected testimony from her client that she knows to be false. That's an ethics issue. That's a candor to the tribunal issue. That is why he's bringing out that both of them were there when the bailiff gave this admonition that everyone could hear. She doesn't recall seeing any signs, but she doesn't recall missing the signs. She doesn't recall that she was prevented from seeing the signs that say photography was prohibited. I think maybe if you guys are interested, next time I go into the courthouse, which will be Monday, I'll have to make a note and remind myself, I will note as you go in through the front door and go through the courthouse and go up to the courtroom and in the courtroom, how many fucking signs you go past that say you can't photograph anything in the courtroom, because they're freaking everywhere. They really are. They really are. Maybe I'll do a sign count. Maybe that would be a fun little over under on little poll to have, little over under. How many signs do you think there are? Over under 5? I don't know. I got to count, and then I'll set it. That might be fun. Doesn't recall being prevented from seeing any of those things. Presumably had the opportunity to hear those admonitions and see those signs at the other court hearings that she did attend. So yeah, I think nobody is buying that she didn't know that photography wasn't allowed in the courtroom. She just didn't care. She didn't think the rules apply to her because she's kind of entitled like that. She is asked, did you approach Ioan in the courtroom and take his photo on your phone? And she thinks about this a long time. And she says yes. And frankly, I think that's pretty much the end of the DVRO hearing, because that's a violation. You just admitted a violation. You just admitted it. On so many levels. I mean, the contempt of court is like going to be extremely offensive to this particular judge. But it violates the no contact, it violates the no harassment, it violates the don't stalk, it violates the don't surveil. Admitted that she did, and that the bailiff immediately escorted her out of the courtroom and made her delete the photo that she took. Yep. We turn now to another comment that she made, the one counsel asked you about. The comment, you can hand out a DVRO for mean text messages, but not real violence. Do you think that shows proper respect for the court system? That question is objected to, it's overruled. Her answer, I don't know. I don't know. He begins asking her some questions about, did you make other like flippant comments about the DVRO? And she's, I don't know what you mean, and that's objected to as vague, and the judge sustains. I'm not really sure what flippant means. You'd have to lay foundation about what you mean and stuff like that. So he just moves on. I am internally screaming at this point. I'm internally screaming my own question. It's a terrible thing lawyers do to always like Monday morning quarterback the other lawyers, but it's just, you know, if you've done it, you have your thoughts about how to do it, and you know, you just imagine the way that you would do it, and you project, and it is what it is. I'm not saying I'm like better or anything like that. I'm just saying, in my mind, I was screaming the question, do you stand by that comment today? I so wanted to hear that question. You don't know. You don't know if it shows respect for the court system. Well, do you still stand by it today? So it wasn't that long ago she made it. You stand by it? Maybe it's better not to ask. You know, maybe it's one of those questions that it's better not to ask. I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. But you know, Alice just has not been very quick on her feet. She's no Jen McCabe, okay? To just go back to last night. She is no Jen McCabe, like able to turn the story, the narrative on a dime and come up with a new explanation just like that, and you know, gnaw off her own foot to get out of the trap kind of situation. She's not that. She's not that. No. She is more play possum. Oh, I'm in danger. That is more Alice's style. So I would personally feel, you know, fairly safe with a question like that. But maybe it's better not to ask. Maybe just not knowing if that really is showing due respect for the court system is good enough. The one of the other messages, there's a statement at the bottom. The post anyway, there's a statement at the bottom where it says, this response will get me in trouble because I have in our restraining order against speaking about my husband. Do you see that as an admission that you were breaking the restraining order? No. Oh, no. That's not an admission. Well, that will be for the judge to decide, but don't know that it helps your credibility to deny that you saying straight out you're going to get in trouble over the RO means that you did it knowing you would get in trouble over the RO. Do we believe your words or not believe your words? Like you do got to kind of pick a lane on that at some point. It can't just all be opportunistic, you know, whatever suits your purposes in the moment. Another one of the texts or the comments, damn straight, nobody would take off with their new love and put that person in front of their kids, not if that person is normal. And he asks, isn't this consistent with your posts about Ioan's abandonment of his children, your narrative that Ioan has abandoned his kids? And Alice says, it's not about him. And the judge interjects, how is this not about him? Please explain. Yes, please do. Please explain. Alice says, well, it was about me and my upset. It's a very convenient answer because, in a way, that's the answer to everything, isn't it, Alice? Fucking everything is about her and her upset and her feelings. Everything is about her. So it really is a universal answer. But the judge is not buying it in this case. This second line, him, quote, it's Ioan, isn't it? The him? Alice. Maybe subconsciously. Maybe subconsciously. And the judge says, well, pretty consciously, actually, because it's on the internet. You put it on the internet. And that's not a question, so she doesn't have an answer to it. And so then the judge says, is this one of those texts, one of those comments that you talk about that you look back on, and you look back on now and say, Why did I do this? And now is where Alice has her grand collapse on the stand. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Just devastated. So the judge, take a moment to collect yourself. He's very patient, this judge, really, all things considered. He lets it clear. He makes it very clear how he's feeling when he's exasperated. He does get exasperated and he shows it. Nevertheless, he is also quite patient. You're going to do what you're going to do. Collect yourself and we'll continue. So the judge like really effectively can finish that part of the cross on this part of the testimony. So now we move on to the call with Detective Morales. That was in November of 2023. That was all we really got about that. And then turn to the photographer named Jeff. The photographer named Jeff. Jeff was the guy who was outside of Ioan and Bianca's new apartment, the one that they moved to, and deliberately did not tell Alice where they were moving to because it was none of her fucking business. They didn't want her to know. All the communication is supposed to go through the attorneys at that point. And Alice, went and hunted it down anyway, and then filed a declaration in court where, she's like their fancy gym and how much rent they pay and the pool and the natural light. She knows the details, and yet now she's trying to pretend, oh no, she has no idea. So this guy Jeff was hanging outside. He found out, and so he was out there trying to pap them. So about Jeff, no, she hasn't met him. She's never met him, but she does know who he is, and that's because when Ioan's story was told, meaning when he filed the renewal, the gentleman who had been at that home, he contacted me to ask if I would like him to testify because he took pictures and he knew I hadn't asked him to. What a Samaritan! What a kind Samaritan, this man who hunted down her presumably non-public information. Or what, did he DM you on Instagram? I don't know, because we have no record of any of this, right? We don't have the communication itself. But he contacted her, volunteered, somehow took it upon himself to read Ioan's declaration and volunteer. I'll testify. That really sounds like a thing that the quote-unquote photojournalists would do, doesn't it? The ones that enjoy the full reporter's privilege in the state of California. Yeah, they volunteer to testify all the time. I'm sure he wouldn't mind that door being opened whatsoever. I'm sure he wouldn't mind what that might open up on cross-examination, let alone discovery. Joe asks if she has ever seen Jeff's photos in the Daily Mail, in the articles about her case, with Jeff credited as the photographer. Oh no, she's never seen that. She's never seen that. I do wonder if any of the Daily Mail articles that are actually in evidence have photos from Jeff credited, because I don't know that they do. It's not otherwise in evidence, but it doesn't matter, the implication is there, I suppose. So then we go to the cocaine issue, the cocaine incident. And we go back to the declaration, and the declaration references an exhibit, which is a text message. So then we turn to the text message. It's referenced, "Daddy, Mommy had left both the gate and the door open, and she said it was for her drug dealer. She didn't care about her safety. There's like other stuff in the message. It's in the filings. That's the part I wrote down. Have you seen this text message before today? Yes. Yes, she has. She knows about this text message, and Ella has spoken to her about it. Is she concerned about the contents of this message? Text doesn't concern her now that she's spoken to Ella about this incident. Oh, don't you wonder what that conversation looked like? How much did she berate this child? I mean, we've seen what she does. The transcripts of what she does are in evidence. The babies can back me up, or they can fuck off. Oh, I'll bet she talked to Ella. And I'll bet she's not concerned anymore. Oh, I bet she was just, you know, it's like the way that she treated Ioan. She's just so desperate to get him to talk to her. She's just so desperate to get the real story from Ella. That's all. That's the reason why she acts in that way. It's like she's giving away the game. You're admitting, you don't realize it, but you are telling the whole story here. Like, yeah, we know. We know, but thanks for acknowledging the authenticity of that text message. Yeah, we know the nature of your interactions with the child. We know exactly how that works. Seen a lot of it. We go now to the photo of the large bruise. Part of the deposition, she reads to herself, but we don't talk about it. She confirms. This one also, there's an exhibit. It's got a photo of her. Yes, it's her. Yes, there is a large bruise on her arm. Tends to corroborate Ioan's story. Another statement. Oh, now there's an exhibit. It's an email. Email that she sent to Lynne and Deb. Does she deny sending this email to Lynne and Deb? No, she does not. Part of the email says, I have enough evidence against him, and so does my divorce coach. That is about Ioan. She agrees it's about Ioan, but it's not a part of the collaborative law, but she claims that the divorce coach is a therapist or a counselor. Not sure that I buy that. Not sure that I buy that, but the divorce coach is fucking Lupin. We all know. The Amber Heard, you folks who follow Johnny Depp and Amber Heard and dealt with all that nonsense on Twitter, you guys encountered Lupin. Lupin was a big Amber Heard supporter. Big Amber Heard supporter. Also quite a big fan of his Alice Regina. So they don't get to ask anymore because Alice has said this is the therapist, a counselor, so all of that's privileged. The divorce coach is privileged. The email continues, he's run out of money, so he can't take me to court. So he's stuck with mediation, and I can keep saying no. Joe asks, how did you know he was out of money? Alice says, I don't think I knew. I think I was just talking out of my, and she fades off. And Joe is like, meaning? And she says, I was just being stupid. I was just running my mouth. Joe says, were you trying to ruin him with the cost of litigation? No, no, no. The email continues, if he decides to go all in and borrow money and take me to court, it will ruin him and take much longer. But you're saying you weren't intending to run up the cost of litigation? Oh, no, no, never. The email continues, if he does, I will just laugh. It says laugh, but it means launch a GoFundMe for my legal fees. Joe asks, doesn't this make a mockery for those with a legitimate need for a GoFundMe? That is objected to as argumentative and sustained. That will be a point to make in the closing. The email continues, she doesn't have a green card. And we clarify that who is she? Bianca. She is Bianca. The email continues, so she has 90 days only, can't work. Only way to get one is to marry Ioan. Another reason to drag it out. Is that why you dragged out the litigation, Alice? I don't believe I did end up dragging out the case. I was just running my mouth to what I thought were friends. See, they're not friends because they felt bad about all this shit eventually. Once the restraining order came out and all the shit she was doing to him behind the scenes made it clear what she was doing, who she was, and the whole line of shit she'd been selling them about the situation. None of it was true. Yeah, then they saw the light and felt really bad about how they had helped her. And that means they're not her friends. They saw who she was. They saw her. Nobody who sees Alice, you know, you always end up, you're a troll. You tattlers at Burkhart, you know, come over here and sit in the corner with us. We see you, Alice. We see you. And so it was not, in fact, your intent at that time to drag out the litigation so that Ioan and Bianca could not get married? No. No. Crumpled face. No. Very sad. So sad. So sad. We move on to the impacts of living with the domestic violence restraining order. Joe asks, have you considered that the children's concerns might be a function of the impact of your denigration of Ioan? That's objected to as argumentative. That is overruled. Yeah, have you considered that, Alice? That perhaps your alienation is why the children are so distressed? Of course I have. I beat myself up every day. That's not what it looked like all week in court, honey. Your little smug ass in court. It sure ain't what it looked like there. Nobody is buying this one. For being so stupid. Beat myself up every day for being so stupid. You beat yourself up for getting caught. Yeah. You did actually answer this correctly. It's your stupidity that you regret, not what you actually did. You regret being so fucking stupid that it's this obvious. Everybody sees it, and now you're going to get stuck with consequences. Now you're going to get stuck. Somebody in a comment, I don't remember if it was the main video last night or somewhere. I don't know. I different sources of people communicating with me, but somebody brought my attention to a Substack by somebody whose full name I can't remember. The Substack I can't remember, not off the top of my head, but the woman's name is Athena. I remember that. And she is apparently a PhD I believe in psychology or something similar, and she herself claims to be a psychopath. It came out because of the conversation about Dr. James Fallon, the guy who was the neuroscientist, saw the scan of his brain. He studied psychopaths, like, oh, that's a psychopath brain, and then he discovers it's his brain. And so this is like a similar type of person, somebody who is got these characteristics, but also is extremely intelligent and has insight and some ability to kind of reflect on it and all of that. And so I was looking through her Substack last night or this morning or sometime very recently, just kind of like flipping through to get a sense of it. And one of the things I saw that she was talking about very recently had to do with responsibility and psychopath's ability to take responsibility. And she had a very interesting take on the situation where she said it's a very different experience for a psychopath because they don't experience shame. You don't experience shame. And so a lot of people who are just normies, so to speak, really struggle with taking responsibility. Like if you've wronged somebody or you've hurt somebody or something like that, it's just like it's so inconsistent with your view of self, and so you feel the shame about it, and there's major resistance for it. The psychopath doesn't think like that. They only think in terms of what are the consequences, what might I experience as a result of this. They don't have the shame, and so that's not a motivator. And so it doesn't actually bother them that much to take quote unquote responsibility, because what they do is they just deny until they're caught. And then they're just like, all right, okay, and they just, kind of switch gears to, what is the consequence, and now how can I like manipulate that or avoid that or whatever. But they don't have the shame to motivate them and discourage them from taking responsibility the way that more normie type of people would do. And yeah, boy, did this just kind of remind me of that. She's caught, she's trapped. So she's going to admit it because, when she thinks she can still get away with not admitting it, like the whole it's impossible, they always think it's impossible. It's never fucking impossible. So when she thinks she can still get away with denying it and not have to take responsibility, she will. She thinks she's got a way out. Well, yes, I did take the photo. She knows she's fucking completely busted on that one. But she's just she's just so panicked. She just didn't even think, just wasn't even like really even aware. It was like maybe almost like she went into a fugue state or something, like, if she can make the excuse, she will. But if she can't, then she'll go and do this play, because it doesn't really bother her. She's not ashamed about any of this. The only thing she's ashamed about and sorry about is that she's stupid enough to have gotten caught. Beats herself up every day for being so stupid. We move on to her claims to have lost jobs as a result of the DVRO. Any exhibit you've provided that you lost any jobs due to the DVRO? Any exhibits? Oh, we do have screenshots of emails from her agent. Do you know? But there's not an evidence, certainly, right? Are there even any in your evidence book, in your exhibit book? Don't know. I don't know. Don't know. I got a pretty good idea. I'm pretty sure that's pretty fucking fabricated. Yeah. Yeah, because you'd be calling your agent to testify if that was the case. You'd be calling your agent to testify. Your lawyer certainly knows that the agent's emails that you screenshotted are hearsay. But your agent's live testimony about what your agent has personal knowledge of is absolutely fair game for hearing like this. And I gotta think, when, you know, the second and third Ritchie factors are really all you have to hang your hat on this one. And frankly, it's really the third, because you're still tweeting this shit. Like, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. So it's really the third factor, the effect. If you can get the judge to pity you enough over the burden that this caused, you would be calling that agent as a witness. You would. You would, because it's pretty much all you got. So I don't buy this for a second. Nothing in evidence. Don't know if there's anything in her exhibit book. She has, in fact, received many negative comments in response to her own posts about Ioan and Bianca. And yet those did not stop her from posting negatively about Ioan and Bianca either. People all the time. Alice, this is really fucking unhealthy. Alice, you should maybe consider therapy. Alice, inappropriate. Alice, don't your kids read your social media? Maybe you shouldn't be saying this shit. All the time she would get comments like that. But no, they didn't stop her from posting negatively. And the TRO didn't either, did it? No, I guess not. No, it didn't. Nor did the DVRO. It didn't. The agreement for you to stop emailing his mother, that didn't stop you either. But only because we were being evicted. I didn't know where to turn. We had nothing. I can't wait for Patrick Green to testify now. I didn't know where to turn. We had nothing. In the last communication from Ioan to you, he asked you to stop, and you didn't. Well, just because I wasn't getting answers. She's so fucking entitled. She's so fucking entitled. He told you no, and she's like, but my answers. So she fucking blackmailed him and smeared him and harassed him. And that's her excuse. Me. I wasn't getting answers. Don't you see? Don't you see? The problem is my lack of fulfillment. How could we not see that her campaign was completely justified because she wasn't getting what she wanted, Joe? Don't you see that? With so many derogatory posts about Ioan and Bianca, would you really expect them to talk to you? Damn good question. Subjected to is argumentative. That's overruled. I don't know. I don't know. Well, gee, Alice, think about this real hard. I say a lot of shit about you. I say a lot of shit about you. Feel like talking to me? Feel like coming on the channel and answering my questions? Oh, I rather think not. I rather think not, huh? Might be something maybe you could commiserate with them about. And you have continued to denigrate Ioan as a father. Oh, well, I would need you to point me to something. Did you hear their testimony about your posts in 2022 and 2025? Or 2024 and 2025? Long pause. She's pretending not to understand. Did you hear their testimony? Yes. Yes, eventually, yes, she heard it. We turn to Exhibit 71 and 72, and Joe asks, you don't deny today, do you, that you ever harassed Ioan and Bianca? And she acknowledges, my texts and my posts were harassing. Yeah, that's actually some good insight. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Now internalize that and reflect on it and do better. And do better. Do you deny giving out his address and asking others to harass him? She says, no, but I know what I didn't do that. I know what you're talking about. I made a joke to a friend in an email. So we have a new exhibit marked 108. And it's a copy of an email that she sent to Lynne and Deb January 5th of 2022. It states his address is, he starts to read it. Judge is like, no, his address is blank. By the way, and then there's an objection from Janina at this point. He's reading from it and it's not in evidence. Joe moves to admit it because he says she's already authenticated it. She did. She says, I know what this is. I sent an email to a friend. It was a joke. And Janina objects. She invokes this doctrine of continuity again. Okay, this thing nobody has ever fucking heard of. I'm going to have to get on Westlaw this weekend and do a little looking on the rule of doctrine of continuity and see where the fuck she's getting this from. Because normally when you cite a law, it's like there's a rule, there's a evidence code, or there's a case, or there is something like that, because the law is not just grand ideas that people have. The law is written down somewhere so you can cite to it. So I love a citation to whatever this doctrine of continuity is. But so they look through and they say it's not the full message. So I'm sustaining. It's not complete. And the judge is like, and Joe is like, what? And you go to the end. He's like, there's a second page. You go to the end of the second page, and it says get Outlook. I mean, I have that when it comes up on my phone, when you send a message on Outlook on your phone and it ends with get Outlook, like it's the little like footer that Outlook puts on automatically. They like spam, they spam your emails with their ads. So it seems to be the end, but like for whatever reason, I guess they decided this wasn't the complete email. I don't know. Judge bought it. It's not the complete email. So he sustained that, did not admit it, but he said, ask the questions without looking at the document. And so Alice concedes, yes, I did. I did give out his address, and I did, in fact, ask them to send him a bag of shit or something. A bag of shit. Would you send him a bag of shit? Yeah, she did. But she was just being stupid. She was just being stupid. Judge asks, is that a yes? I was just being stupid. Is that a yes? Yes. Thank you for that clarification, Judge. Do you deny that you threatened to send the paparazzi around? She says, I didn't. I said that the paparazzis would be around me because they would be homeless. But you said, so look out. Yes, she did. That's in the message. So look out. Paps will be around, so look out. Yes. Are you saying you have not accused Ioan and Bianca of having an affair since 2022? She says, I would have to look at the record. So then we go to Exhibit 72, page 3. Do you remember from 2025? They testified about this post? Oh, it's a comment. It's a comment. And isn't it a reference about Ioan? Probably. And now she cries because now she's caught. It's like a fucking recipe, deny, evade, deflect, pretend to be dumb. And once you're caught, Alice. Here it is. We can all see it. Yes. And in 2024, isn't it true, you continued to post comments denigrating Ioan's parenting? Do you recall saying you do not, as a man, get to walk away from a family you created, period? Imagine growing up knowing your dad didn't pay for anything. Does that sound like you? I can't say. So then we have Exhibit 122 marked. So July of 2025, social media post. It's a comment. It's a comment. She does recognize it. Then we move on to page 9, another one from Exhibit 122. I am a single, and then the judge says, hold on, don't read it. It's not in evidence. You can't read it. Can't read it if it's not in evidence. They keep doing that. Do you recall sending it out? I don't recall making this comment, but it looks like I'm responding to a troll. So there's 3 comments on page 9. Janina says, for the doctrine of continuity, we need to know what she's responding to. And the judge says, oh, well, throughout the issue has been, it's hearsay what she's responding to. So, no. So it's admitted. And I'm a single parent receiving, single parent of daughters who are receiving nothing from their father, referring to Ioan. Yes. Yes, that is in fact what she said. This is in 2005, 2025. This is less than a year ago. That's how remorseful she is and how terrible she feels. And, she's been beating herself up every day since at least yesterday when this shit started to come out. Another Exhibit 124. These are posts from February of 2025. And she can't speak to the date, but it does look like she posted them, and they are about Ioan abandoning his kids. Isn't it true you recognize you're violating the restraining order by doing so? Well, I'm not sure. And the judge points out it's here at the bottom. It's here at the bottom. These are admitted without objection as well. And you posted this acknowledging a risk that you would be sanctioned. Judge points out it's at the bottom. Oh, yes. I will be sanctioned without a doubt, and this will hurt me as well as the kids. That an admission, an acknowledgement? I don't know. Can I get the date? The judge, he didn't ask you when you said it. He asked you if you did. They continue reading. I'll be put in jail or lose spousal support or publicly scolded. And she finally acknowledges, yes, I posted it knowing those risks. We finish the cross with, isn't it true that you have criticized the theory of parental alienation? She admits she has. And have you not claimed that it is over-weaponized? Too is vague as to time and not sustained. And so Joe asked, have you ever said it was over-weaponized? That is sustained as well. The judge is saying you must nail it down. We allow the general to be, that, but for something specific, you must nail it down. And Joe simply lets it go. We are done. She has acknowledged that she has criticized the theory of parental alienation, and that is probably enough. Before we go to redirect, the judge has many questions he needs to ask. Do you know specifically how many jobs you've lost because of the restraining order? Well, I can't give a number. Can you give an estimate? Oh, perhaps 10 to 20, mainly from conventions. And so judge doesn't understand what this means. What do you do at these conventions? Well, it's where she does actually get excited, kind of to her credit. It's where fans of the series come, and the actors come, and the fans have an opportunity to take photos and get selfies, and we all get on stage and get to talk, and we get a percentage of the sales. She does actually seem like fairly enthusiastic about all this. So, good for her. Kudos for her. Since the restraining order was first filed, your testimony then is you've lost between 10 and 20 of these jobs. Yes. 10 and 20 con jobs, she claims. Yes. In the months or years before the restraining order, before the separation, what was your occupation? And she says, I started the conventions only after the dissolution. She does believe she's also lost acting jobs because of the restraining order, because she was told that. How many? Well, fewer, and it's hard to quantify, but probably 5 or so. And have you prepared an estimate of income lost because of the jobs that you lost? Oh, estimate between 50 to 60,000 a year for 3 to 4 years. Now, Alice, I don't think has a credit on IMDb since 2018. And Alice, bless her heart, at the time that all this was going down, she really wasn't looking her best. She had really let herself go pretty bad. Not to say that there aren't wonderful actresses in Hollywood who don't have, they aren't conventionally beautiful and whatever, play a variety of roles, do so very skillfully, women, of a certain age and so forth as well. But Alice isn't exactly known as, Sarah Bernhardt. Okay. She's not exactly like got the kind of resume of, the just depth of acting skill that is going to carry a woman into middle age, particularly, a woman who is not really got the looks that she had in her younger years. So I would love to see any proof that she's even been offered a job since any of this, an acting job. I don't believe she's been offered an acting job. And once again, where's the agent in all of this? Where's the agent to testify to this? Why wouldn't you call your agent? Of course you would call your agent. They're the ones that actually handle this business. Ioan is calling his agent, and I'm very much looking forward to that testimony. So why would you not call your agent? I don't buy this for a second. But it sure does sound damaging, doesn't it? 50 to 60,000 a year for 3 to 4 years. $250,000 she's lost because of this DVRO, according to her, in acting jobs. Love to see like what her tax returns would say about how much money she's made in acting, but of course she hasn't filed a tax return since the last one Ioan filed jointly. So I guess we won't get to know that. She also does videos online for people. She does cameos sometimes. But she has people posting abuser on her actual ad. So she imagines she's lost some money for that, but those don't cost very much. So they're much less. So that's probably just more like a couple thousand she's lost. A couple thousand is like, how many cameos is that? What does she charge for a cameo? Like $20, $30? 100? Trying to say you lost 100 cameos over that? I don't think you've done 100 cameos. I don't think that many people want your cameos, Alice. Seems like this could be substantiated if that were true. Wouldn't just be a trust me, bro. We move to the challenges entering the United States. How many times has she experienced that? She has entered the US 5 times since the restraining order. The last time was 2 weeks ago. On 2 occasions, the children were with her. And she describes this as you get flagged when you're going through, and so they take you off to this room, and then you have to answer questions or whatever. The judge wants to know if there's anything that can be secured, any like documents she can have or something like that to bring with her that would help with those encountered. No, I asked. Nothing like that. If the court denies the request for renewal, is there anything that you have to do to take it off of your record? And she says, I've heard different things from different people. Some say, yes, and some say no. She's kind of rambling a little bit. And the judge says, by the same token, if it's entered, if it's extended, then it will stay in the system. You understand that. So judge is not intending to give any impression, any suggestion that simply because he's asking the question about if he denies it, that he is in fact going to deny it. So the judge now wants to know, how are we doing with Mr. Green? Because by now it's like 3:45. Court's out at 3:15. Janina says, I don't think we can get him on and off. They have another quick break so that they can chat about what they're going to do with Mr. Green. We come back. The judge has a couple more questions. First, Joe interjects. He says, well, there's first off, there's actual evidence that goes against the weight of what she said about this loss, and the judge says, well, you can do that on recross. So the judge says this court frequently cites everyone to the stated purpose of the DVRO in the statute, and he's paraphrasing it, but he says it's to put distance and space between them so that they can work on the root causes and the underlying reasons for the abuse. And so you had mentioned previously being in counseling and therapy. You did that before. Yes. You're not doing that now. No. And the last time was probably about a year ago. That doesn't fit her timeline of what she said before. She said before it was after the DVRO for a year and a half. That would put it at mid 2023, maybe very early 2024. So that's about 2 years ago. And she said that you said, he's asking, you said the money ran out. So were you paying out of pocket? Yes, she was. And she had a health plan then, but she does not have a health plan now. The judge says in the days coming, we are going to be addressing issues of child and spousal support. I want you to talk to your attorney about a plan for you going forward. Once the divorce judgment is final, there may not be the ability to fund health insurance for you. Do you intend to go back to that process if you can, meaning the therapy? But I'd like to. Are the children in any counseling or interventions to help them process the divorce and everything that they've gone through? They've had a number of therapists, but the process ended after the custody settlement. So Alice has basically just told the judge, yeah, once I got the kids, stop sending them to therapy. No longer concerned about Ella's panic attacks, not being able to go to school, their emotional distress that, on the one hand, I keep waving it like a flag because I'm using it to beat Ioan. But on the other hand, I'm not actually doing anything about it, so I probably better need to minimize it. Have you talked with Ioan about what they might need? And she's like, deer in the headlights. What do you mean? Like, why would I do such a thing? And the judge explains, you have joint legal custody. Those are the kinds of things that both parents need to have input on. So have you discussed it with him in any fashion? Through counsel, our family wizard, anything like that? No. And then he wants to confirm the children still have insurance provided by Ioan. Yes, they do. We go to redirect. First, the initial hearing date on March 11th of 2022. She was represented by Leon Bennett then. She did not personally attend. Leon or somebody from his office did. On June 14th of 2022, she was still represented by Bennett. Just like a couple hours ago when she was on direct examination, she didn't think she was represented by a lawyer. So I wonder what refreshed her recollection. I wonder what changed her mind about that. Again, she did not personally attend, but somebody from Bennett's office did. So continuing to maintain she wasn't there. Maybe she wasn't. I really don't know. I just can't help but notice the minute order that suggests all parties were there, but it's true. It doesn't say her name. That could just mean the parties that they had named were all there. Revisiting the remedial efforts as to whether the posts are still available on sites like Tattle Life. Tell us more about that. Well, there is a lobbying effort that a group of people are undertaking vis-a-vis the UK government to try to eliminate ad revenue for Tattle. So then the website would go away. That's her remedial effort, is to get rid of Tattle. And so how is that a remedial effort on your part? Well, because I've joined the group. And so the site would disappear because they keep rehashing my posts. It's their fault. It's their fault. I'm trying to remediate, the fact that they hold me accountable. And it would help me with my remorse. It would help me with my remorse to get rid of the site. It would help me with my remorse. Apparently, Alice can't be adequately remorseful when her wrongdoing is exposed. It's only when her wrongdoing is secret that she can be adequately remorseful. How is that consistent with the pattern of what we've seen when Alice's conduct is secret? Like, for example, before Ioan filed for the domestic violence restraining order and outed all of her abusive text messages. Wasn't this when she was in like the peak of her abuse campaign, when she was threatening Bianca, when she was saying that Betty Broderick was inspirational? Was that's her remorse? Yeah. It would help her remorse to be able to get rid of the site. The parent-teacher conference from January 1st of 2021 to November 17th of 2022, she attended all of the parent-teacher conferences, and that would be right about 7 of them total. She did not inform Ioan about any of the prior 6, and he didn't inquire about any of the prior 6. The court asked if you provided a copy of the DVRO to the school. Why didn't you? I didn't know I should. I didn't know I should. After the November 17th parent-teacher conference, did I say pretrial again? I don't know. I might have. PTC, it's one of those things in my mind. It's like when I went to Indiana, when I went to Delphi, and I kept putting ISP in my notes, and I kept saying Idaho State Police because I was so like embedded in Coburger at that point. I could not make the transition to Indiana. PTC is a pretrial conference like for decade, like, many, many years now. And so it's just my mind defaults, but it's parent-teacher conference. Do you have any knowledge if Ioan provided the DVRO to the school after that? Not to my knowledge. How long was Elsie in the school after that? I'd be quite curious to know. They were both represented by counsel at that point in time. And within 2 weeks, say, had you received any correspondence from Ioan's lawyer claiming that there was a DVRO violation? No, she had not. So if you don't litigate, it didn't happen, right? If you don't litigate, it didn't happen. That's a clever one from Janina. It's very, very consistent with Alice's thinking. And don't think the lawyer's going to buy it. Don't think the judge is going to buy it, because whole problem here is no fucking money to litigate. She's trying to drain him. She's trying to drain him. And so he's gotta survive. You have to prioritize. You have to try not to escalate. That's just been a big part of the problem here the whole time, I think, is in some respects, I feel like the litigation has been a bit like walking on eggshells. They've continued to try to appease her by not going hard from the very beginning, you know. You can't, to use some of my favorite boxing analogies. You cannot come out with a weak jab. You know, you cannot come out and just spam like weak ass jabs. You are going to get fucking countered really hard. If you're gonna throw the hands, you need to fucking mean it, you know? And it really is my impression after watching Ioan on the stand so extensively, his direct and his cross, is that Ioan is an extremely gentle man, very gentle. I don't think he's a fighter. I think he probably hates conflict. And so it's just, I don't think it was really in his nature to want to file. It's why they tried the collaborative. I don't think it was in his nature to file the divorce, file the dissolution, and then, you know, fight it to win it, to finish it, you know? And I mean, I understand there's a whole bunch of reasons for that. And obviously no guarantee it would have gone any differently, of course, but it's just normal. It's just natural to wonder in hindsight. If they had gone a lot harder from the very beginning, where would we be? You know, I just want to wonder. Give me a second here, because I just saw my little camera battery is getting low. I gotta try to get it plugged in here. Okay, we should be good now. Janina now turns us back to Exhibit 57, something to do with the Beverly, and is it your vehicle in that still shot? And she says yes, she assumes so based on the other photo. And the gesture, what does it look like? Well, to me, it looks like I'm waving at another driver in the rear view mirror. Oh, just all a big coincidence. It's just a coincidence. Waving at the rear view, not even them. The fact that she's looking like out the window at them, just waving at the rear view. Doesn't see a middle finger. Definitely doesn't see a middle finger thing. During the January 25th deposition, when she was questioned about it, she doesn't believe Joe ever asked about her sticking up the middle finger. Going back to the jobs that she lost due to the DVRO, we have an exhibit marked 250, and it's an Instagram post that's dated July 16th of 2024. Joe begins to object. The judge reminds him it is not being moved in yet. It's not the time to object yet. Alice identifies it. This is one of the posts that people send, and she screenshotted it. It was posted on the convention page she was about to attend, and so she reshared it on her Instagram. Republish it. Yeah, of course she did, because Alice is a huge victim. It's not her behavior that's the problem. It's the DVRO that's the problem. It's not her behavior, it's the problem. It's the people that are calling her out for her behavior that are the problem. She reposted it, of course she did, because she's a huge victim. So she shared it, probably probably screenshotted it right before she posted it. And so why share it? Well, because I was just getting completely desperate. I was trying to keep people from writing to all my employers saying that I was an abuser with a restraining order. I don't remember this post, but it didn't really seem all that conciliatory or desperate, you know. I seem to remember it being pretty aggressive, but I don't remember the exact words of it. Joe objects to the part that is the comment that the screenshot, you know, that's made on the convention page is being hearsay. And then says the second objection is that all of these records should have come to him at the deposition pursuant to his deposition request, his records request. The judge says, I get where you're going with that, but that goes to the weight. And so you can lay the foundation for that. On the hearsay part, he agrees with that. He is admitting only Alice's post. This is definitely not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, right? It's really not hearsay, but they are just treating other people's words as hearsay. So the screenshotted comment on her employer's page is not in evidence, but Alice's own post is. So it's in. We then go to questions about her current health insurance and the testimony that she did not cooperate in obtaining it. And she's asked if she made efforts to obtain health insurance for herself after Ioan had directed her to his insurance agent. And she said she emailed the person and she spoke on the phone. Janina says, what did you come to learn? That is objected to as hearsay. Yes, that is definitely eliciting hearsay. Ultimately, she was not able to obtain insurance on her own through the person that Ioan had referred her to. And after that, what did you do? And Alice says, well, I told you, and oh, I can't say that. And it's stricken. And the judge says, so she's asked, did you do anything else? And she says, well, I tried to contact that person. She's like, again, kind of like pretending not to understand, you know, and the judge is like, did you do anything else? And she said, no. So when the judge asks, she gets it. But when she has the opportunity to play dumb, she does. We look at Exhibit 114, page 145. This is, I think part of the meet and confer correspondence that was offered. And she just testifies that she contacted Ioan again to ask him to set up her health insurance. And she went through the lawyers, and this was on October 29th of 2024. And after that, she did not obtain health insurance. So what I hear is that for about a year, okay, because Ioan testified it was about September of 2024 when the second meet and confer type letter from his counsel was sent. She wasn't cooperating with getting the health insurance set up. So she waits for all that. And then, a month later has something to say about it. That is all on redirect. We go to recross. We look at Exhibit 35. It is her notice of deposition. She doesn't recognize it, but she does agree that that's what it is. Item number 5 on it is a request to produce records. And the only things that she produced were bank records and a residual spreadsheet. And she believes that's true, but is not really sure. And in fact, Joe asked her at the deposition if she had more, and you said no. And she says, well, I don't recall, but I accept that that's what's happened. And she did not produce her Exhibit 250 then. Her her little, you know, text, her repost about the job. And Alice, I don't know personally, but if I didn't, I'll take your word for it. So she's like gotten sick of being impeached. She's playing the game now. I'll just take your word for it. Exhibit 36 is the actual records that were produced. Both of these are offered into evidence. There's an objection that there's a protective order for the financials. Exhibit 36 is like the financials. So it's subject to that. The court says it's subject to that. The exhibits are not to be published without a court order, but they are admitted. We then have Exhibit 39, which is her current income and expense declaration. We look at item number 9. What does that say? The judge says it's not in evidence. You can't talk about what the things say when they're not in evidence. Does it say anything about loss of income? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, was I supposed to? No. And there's nothing in item 20 either. Oh, I wasn't aware it was being asked. Well, on item 20, it says other info re-case. And you state, due to my age and lack of recent work as actors, it's hard to find roles. And there's nothing in it about the loss of income that you have testified to today. And that is, it says what it says. The document says what it says. He moves it into evidence that it's in. And in your deposition, you were asked about your efforts to find work. And we read the questions. How many opportunities other than acting in the last 4 years? And you said you responded to the Daily Mail, the Lorraine Show, and some radio show. I didn't catch the name of the radio show. And you got some income from that. And you said that those were the only opportunities besides acting. And I asked if you used your foreign language skills to look for opportunities. And you said no. And she says, that's wrong. And you said you did conventions and cameos. And when I asked about jobs that were coming up, you said none that were certain. And she said, I had 3 or 4 upcoming and others were unconfirmed. And I believe the first time I told anybody, wait, I can't say my attorney. And so, no, I don't say that in my deposition. Trying to hint, you know, hide behind her lawyer. Oh, I told my lawyer before, but I can't say that. We read more of the deposition. It's marked as confidential. The judge has a question about that. So the depositions apparently in California, or at least in this court, they the transcriptionist seals it and sends it to the court sealed. So they are in the court in these sealed envelopes, and they have to open them up when it's time to, you know, read them, time to do the impeachment or whatever. And so there was like a whole thing that over like who was going to open the first time they opened one of these depositions, a whole thing about like who's going to open it up. And the judge is like, well, you know, are you going to open it? Well, should I open it? We're going to have the clerk open it. Finally, I think the clerk opened it. I think the first one that they did, they opened it together at the council table. It was just like this whole kind of thing that was highly entertaining to me. But anyway, this one, as soon as they open it, they see it's marked confidential. So they talk about that. It's because there were portions of this one where they discussed custody, and so that's why it was marked. But there's no objection to reading these specific pages. And so in this part, the question is, okay, and those are the only employment opportunities you've taken advantage of. Have you used your foreign language abilities? No. And then do you have any other jobs lined up for the coming year? Not ones that are certain. No. So those are contradictory to what you have just said about wrong about not using her foreign language skills to look for jobs, and also having other jobs lined up. We're looking at some other lines, and Alice is like asking about is there a question, and the judge shushes. He shushes Alice. And tells her he's just reading. We're just reading right now. There's no question. So he's reading, are there any offers to do Comic-Cons in the UK? And she says, yes, I was offered, but I was obligated to turn it down because they needed me for too long and I couldn't be away for the kids for that long. And Ioan wouldn't help with the kids. If Ioan would have helped with the kids, then maybe I could have done it. Blaming Ioan once again back in the deposition. So remorseful, though. So remorseful. She really does beat herself up every day. Every day. That's the end of Alice. That's the end of Alice. She is released at this point from the stand, but she is not excused as a witness because there will be further parts of the trial when they move on to the RFO that she's going to have to testify to again. Same thing that they did with Bianca, with Ioan. Ask for an update on the schedule. Joe says plan is that on Monday they will do closing. Mr. Green is still here in the courtroom. He's been sitting there the whole time. Obviously, we didn't get to him. It is now like after 4:15. He advises that he can be here on Monday from 10 to 12, but he is booked in the afternoon. And the judge says, it'd be, really good if we get him in because his clock runs while he's sitting here and somebody is going to have to pay for that. And we fucking know who that is going to be, don't we? Somebody's going to have to pay for it. And so he's asked if he's able to get there earlier. And Green says, well, his flight gets in at 8:30. So he's only able to get here by 10. And so perhaps they will just argue up to that point. An hour and a half of argument. An hour and a half of argument. Is that what you want, Judge? But that is at least tentatively at this point the plan for how Monday is going to go. And that was our Thursday. That was our day 4. That was it. I knew it was going to be all Alice all day. I knew. Don't ask me how I know. I just had a sense. I knew it wasn't going to be that fucking fast. In part because it really shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. There's just too much to go over. I know that they are kind of dividing things to kind of separate out. We talked about this before. Separate out the DVRO renewal from the issue of payment of maintenance and so forth, because the standard for him to stop paying her maintenance is quite a bit higher than the standard to just renew the DVRO. DVRO is just a reasonable fear. The actually denying the maintenance, I think, requires proof of continued abuse, like actual proof of abuse. And so they need to establish that. So I'm not like worried that they're not going to get the DVRO extension. Nothing like that. But I am just a little, I guess, I don't know. I'm a little apprehensive about kind of that determination, or at least some of that determination, just because there is so much overlap. And what I would be concerned about is the judge kind of getting an initial impression based on what's been done so far. Here's the questions that's been asked. Here have been the answers. Here's how they've responded to it. Here's how they've rebutted it. And so it's not on the judge's radar that there are additional things coming. Like, for example, the agent. I think the agent is a great example of somebody that, like, I maybe would have liked to have heard from the agent on the DVRO petition, because we have that third Ritchie factor to deal with, the effect it's had on your career and so forth. And she was the agent for both of them, at least at the beginning of the dissolution. So she would have some at least background knowledge as far as what sort of acting opportunities were available to Alice at that time. I don't know. I mean, what I imagine is a situation where the judge has gotten an impression because everybody's rested, they're satisfied with the case, and he makes his decision, and then we move on, and we move on to the next part of the case, and we hear some evidence from, for example, the agent, and the judge is kind of surprised, like, oh, didn't know we were going to hear this. Might have affected, what I would have thought before. I don't really think it's a huge risk, but I do just, it is in the back of my mind. It does, like apprehensive, I think is just maybe the best word for it. I'm really not concerned about the DVRO renewal, honestly, because even to the extent that, yes, okay, there's burdens, and even if he took her word for it, that she's experienced some of these things. Oh, the hassle of having to stop at the airport. It doesn't, I don't think, really meaningfully compare to the loss of opportunity, the personal distress, and so forth that Ioan and Bianca have suffered because of her campaign. And so I don't think the judge is really going to see it that way. I don't think he's going to see it as like, oh, well, their harm is minimal, and so, it's outweighed by having to stop at the airport. But it's just on my mind because that is all we have is Alice's word for it. And so we're kind of putting a lot of hope, a lot of expectation on the judge, concluding, I can't just take her word for it because she lacks credibility. I think there's a decent chance he's not going to find her particularly credible, but does that mean he's not going to find her credible about everything? I don't know. We're gonna, of course, have to wait and see what he says. So really my only thoughts about that. I don't tend to worry about them having met the standard, and I don't have any like great concerns that Alice is gonna show a reason why it shouldn't go forward, even though, yes, I think they've established the reasonable fear pretty definitively. So that's our week. What have you guys been saying? It's been a bit of a long one tonight. I can always start to tell when we hit about like hour 3. I have been drinking, hope you guys have had your drinks and stuff like that, but I do just get a little effect on me. Feel it in my voice, but it's fine. Fine the next day. We have a new member, Matilda 0975 has joined us. Thank you for joining, Matilda. Glad to have you. Harbinger of imminent death. I'm shocked they referred to you by name rather than taking a page from the book of Turtle, the blogger. Oh, she was dying to mention me by name because she wanted to smear me as the troll. She wanted to have that association out there, probably once again hoping the Daily Mail would pick it up, because they did pick it up the first time she lost her fucking mind in court and took my picture. They ran my name in the Daily Mail about that. So I think that's exactly why she wanted to make that connection. That was more satisfying to her than just the which she did actually do the first time too, because she there was the whole thing, she was on her social media posting about me, but she misstated my name. It's one of those things. Have you noticed the narcissists, they like to misstate your name? It's like this thing that they do to like implicitly belittle you, like you're not important enough for them to even know what your name is. But of course they know your name because you are living rent-free in their head. They think about you every second. It's kind of like that. So you know, she did play that game once, but no, now she wants the world to know me as an internet troll. And the reality is they'll just come and like check out what I say and be like, oh, that's like some legal shit there. Michigan Farm Boy, do you suppose that she is talking fast to try to make it difficult for you to keep up taking notes? Seem petty, but petty is as petty does. I mean, I can't say that's not why she's doing it, but I don't think so. No, I think she does just talk very fast. I know I talk very slow. I encourage people speed up my videos. Like it's totally fine. I take no offense. I do talk slow. A lot of reasons for that, but just a habit. But I think a lot of it is just the tendency to ramble. She really does like have this tendency to just, when she isn't comfortable, she tries to fill the space with words, you know, so that she can try to figure out where she's going when she's saying some bullshit. She's got to like compose it on the fly, and she's not a particularly good author. So I think that's the big part of it, is she's nervous. It's like when you get nervous and you talk real fast. I think that's what it is. But can't say your theory is wrong for sure. I don't know. Michigan Farm Boy, based on your little pill-like things comments from the last couple days, did they ask if she was on anything that would interfere with her testimony? Or is that only a depo or criminal thing? It's honestly, even then, like not really that common. It will come up sometimes in a criminal court. Less common with a pill, just because people do have, you know, medical issues. But even still, you know, things like painkillers and stuff can affect your ability to concentrate or testify and stuff like that. So it does come up. It is definitely more common, like with alcohol, though. Somebody smells it on the person as they are getting on the stand, and then you got to deal with that. But nobody asked it. I'm not really surprised that nobody asked it. I'm not even sure that anybody saw it besides me. I was the only one, you know, really paying attention to her. So it did not come up. I didn't really expect it to. Lola the Good Dog 26. Do you think after 4 days the judge is getting a true understanding of what's going on here? She can't seem to hide her true self very well. I have to think so. I really do. I mean, he was really not buying the bullshit today. He wasn't buying it. He wasn't buying it. Hello, this is not a theater. You can hardly call somebody performative more explicitly. Stop your performance. This is not a theater. So I think he sees that. You know, I was thinking, like back as this was getting started, I was thinking to myself and wondering, has Alice made a major misstep here by the fact that by refusing to settle, pushing it to this point, the consequence of that is this reassignment to a new judge, and the new judge is now reading the whole case from beginning to end, and so he is forming his impression about it, and I think I mentioned this on one of the previous lives. He's gonna have a different perspective than the judge who lived through it in real time, because he's seeing it from the perspective of where it ended up instead of like the process of how it's going. To the judge who is administering it in real time, it all seems like kind of reasonable, you know. It's like, well, there needed to be a continuance, and then there was this other problem, and so then this thing got kicked down the road, and then they just stipulated, and you know, but then there's an argument that it's not working, but then they stipulated that as well. And so the judge who has come on now is literally reading it like a book. You know, it's a story that has happened of the last 5 years and why we are here 5 years later. This is what has brought us here. And so he's seen the respective concerns that Ioan has raised, the reasons why he is litigated, and then they have seen what Alice has litigated. And he's seeing all of this side by side, lined up at once. So yeah, I think he's got a pretty clear idea of what's going on. I mean, if the DVRO application itself doesn't really set the stage, then he's never going to get it, right? Like the DVRO application in so many respects is all you need because it's just so evident. It's just so evident from her own fucking words. Exactly what she is. And why she is doing what she's doing. I mean, she says it. Medea admits her goal is vengeance. She will dedicate her life to destroying him. She says it. And then we see it play out. And so her little excuses and her pretending to be sad and remorseful about, no, that's not. I wasn't trying to drag it out. I wasn't engaging in litigation abuse. That's going to be for the judge to decide, and he's going to decide it based on the whole context. And the whole context is going to include his impression of the last 5 years, having read it all in hindsight, and then how she is trying to depict it, explain it here on the stand. And so I think the problem is that she's trying to do this feign remorse thing, but she hasn't walked the walk. Okay, what's one very simple thing that she could have done to her remedial efforts, right? Maybe instead of focusing all this energy on taking down Tattle, perhaps you could put a small amount of energy into actually rehabilitating this man that you were married to and that is the father of your children. Perhaps you could actually make a public apology. Perhaps you could actually put some effort into acknowledging some positive things and saying some good things. Perhaps you could do that. That would be remedial. Try to right the wrong that you perpetrated. But she's done nothing. She's done absolutely nothing to that effect. We see that that really, really stomach turning apology, and yet very sincere. I mean, I'm sure he was very much trying to calm her, you know. We see that from Ioan, and we see not a single time an instance of anything remotely like that from her. And that would impress the judge had she done that of her own accord and come into court and been able to say, I did that and I've tried to do that, and here's some examples of me doing that. That would be impressive. But she can't do it because she doesn't mean it. And so it's not substantiated by her own conduct, but it still just doesn't. She knows she's supposed to feel remorse, right? And so that's what she's expressing. But she still doesn't have that ability to really appreciate why she should be remorseful, because she doesn't care about their feelings. She doesn't care about the harm that she's inflicted on them. And so that doesn't register. And so if she had actual like empathy and ability to commiserate, then she would be able to understand. She'd be able to appreciate, even if she's wrong, even if you're wrong, you can appreciate, maybe I crossed the line. I can appreciate how me calling them out would make them feel bad. And you can at least have something like that to work from. But she just doesn't have that. She doesn't have that gear. She just has deny and minimize and so forth. And when she can't avoid consequences using those methods, then it's the fake cry and pretend to be sad. So I have to think the judge is seeing it. He is not a spring chicken. He is on the long cause family docket, which is pre-selected for people like Alice, high conflict people, unreasonable people, people who aren't going to settle, people who lack insight into why they are where they are. So I can't imagine this is the first time he's seen this type of issue. But we won't know until he tells us. We won't know until he tells us. So hopefully that means Monday. Very much hoping we get the cross or get the arguments, and then he can rule. We don't need 90 minutes of arguments. Argue for half an hour. Let him go back into his chambers and think for a little bit, and then come out and rule. That would be great. And then we'll move on to Patrick Green. I think that would be fantastic. Maybe take the time to rule and then start to have that chat he's been wanting to have about the custody stipulation, because that I'm intrigued in what's going to happen with that. And I feel like that's kind of the $1 million question is does he have enough of an impression about the case at this point to have thoughts about that? And what does he mean? What is his idea when he says, I really hope we have a conversation about this soon because it's a problem, it doesn't comply with the law? What is his idea about how to fix it? I would love to know what's in his mind, because yeah, you know, giving the kids to Ioan, not realistic. Does he realize that? Does he appreciate it? I have to think he does, because he knows about Ella's restraining order and all of that. So he has to understand that. He's read the custody evaluation that we don't get to see. So what's his idea? What does he want to see? What isn't just going to be more of a trap for Ioan to have to monitor, to have to keep track of? I don't know. I would love for them to start to have that conversation. I'll probably be booted out of the courtroom when they do. I don't care. I'm fine with that. I don't have any issue with them, you know, discussing the custody stuff behind closed doors. It really should never have been in the public in the first place. And but for Alice's big fat fucking mouth, it wouldn't have been. Bottom line. Likely mild in comparison to many that he oversees, in the sense that, like, it isn't a physical violence case that's been, you know, expressed so far. Ioan has certainly testified that there has been physical violence in this relationship, but it hasn't been a like dominant, overwhelming part of the case. So I think in that sense, yes. But I have to say, in terms of the alienation, it's really bad. It's really bad. In terms of the litigation abuse, it's pretty bad. Maybe not the worst. I don't think mild, though. I think mild is maybe overstating it. But yeah, they're probably worse cases than this one. Just given the nature of his assignment. Well, long day. I guess I got to drink some stuff. So it was so hot today. It was a little bit brutal. Tomorrow is supposed to be like 90 degrees. So I do think I'm gonna probably head my way out of town, but we'll still see. I'm gonna play it by ear a little bit. But few days to kind of sit and process, go back through my notes, think about some things. I haven't got an answer on my exhibit application either, but that's fine. I'm not in a hurry, and I certainly didn't intend it to be, you know, to suggest that I'm like demanding access right now or anything like that. I'm like, no, I'd like the copies. It would very much help to make sense of what they're actually talking about and stuff like that, if we can look at it and understand the context and see what it is that the judge is going to be looking at as well. So we'll see what Monday brings, but I do have high hopes for a ruling, and they're going to have all weekend to work on their arguments as well. I think that's likely to be beneficial for everybody. So, oh, I gotta respond to this comment too. 40 man. Another debate on psychopathy is whether it is neurological or environmentally formed. Modern take on disorders neurological, which is gloomy. It suggests, as some psychologists do, it's incurable. So in psychology right now, the framework is they are positing what they call primary psychopathy and secondary psychopathy. And they have somewhat different characteristics, as well as characteristics in common. And so primary psychopathy is understood as being largely genetic. These are things that you are born with. This is the James Fallon type of psychopathy. You can literally see it in the brain because the parts that deal with, certain executive functions and emotional processing and things like that, they don't work. They don't fire. They don't operate the way they do in the brains of people who are not psychopathic. So it is biologically based. It is likely genetic because of that. It is heritable, and it tends to be the form of psychopathy that is lower anxiety. These are good time people. It's more dopamine kind of driven. So they just like to feel good all the time, and whatever makes them feel good is kind of what they pursue. It's not really about like hating other people or wanting to harm people or anything like that. It's just that they don't have empathy, and so they don't really care about other people's feelings, and they care about their own self-interest. And so to the extent manipulating or harming other people might advance their own self-interest, then they're kind of fine with that, and they're not real anxious about it. And so this, I think, is the same thing that the Athena person that I was mentioning before on Substack. I think this is the same kind of thing that she's talking about, where no problem, taking responsibility doesn't weigh on you at all because you have no shame about it. It's not a source of anxiety. Then there is secondary psychopathy, which is much more of a high anxiety, more impulsive type of like just less regulated type of psychopathy. And they posit that this is more environmentally driven. This is more a product of some type of trauma. So that's the framework as I understand it these days. But it is kind of gloomy, isn't it? It is and it isn't. See, here's the thing. I mean, these traits exist for a reason. If they were not biologically advantageous, at least in some way, then evolution wouldn't favor them. And they wouldn't have survived. These traits are actually beneficial in many respects. We do kind of, want and need them. We need people who can turn off the empathy, not have like the empathy check on behavior. If we're going to send people to war, if we want people to be able to cut open other human beings and perform, procedures on them, and just other types of like, I think arguably scientific research. I was thinking about this with Dr. Fallon. Like, I could see it being psychopathy being a benefit in his position, because not having empathy for other people means you're probably less likely to be biased by, how are they going to feel about it or something. So they aren't inherently bad traits. It's just that they come at a cost, and they come with a risk, especially the more pronounced they are, the greater the risk that they can have effects on people around them. But, just statistically, we kind of know there's a lot more psychopaths around there than are just, are violent killers in jail. Like that's not the Betty Broderick's. Like that's not all of them. If they're 1 to 5% of the population, then yeah, they're also in, some fairly highly successful positions and stuff like that. I've been working for a while on this piece on Substack that I can't quite wrap it up. I had a lot of other stuff going on too, but psychopathy on the bench. This is like something we need to talk about because you know, it's going to be, it goes back to the insight that Socrates had back in the Republic, you know, that the people that are most suited to power are the ones that are least likely to seek it out. The ones that are most likely to seek it out are the ones that are least suited to wield it. And that's, you know, often kind of it in a nutshell, that the psychopaths are, you know, they're superficial, they're concerned about self-interest, they like status, they like prestige, they like money, they like all of those types of things that come with they like power over other people. And you can get all of those things from being on the bench. And so you would expect there to be potentially a higher concentration of people with those types of traits in positions like being a judge, being a politician, being a CEO. You know, I think in many respects we kind of, you know, understand that. So, you know, is it gloomy? I mean, it is to the sense, in the sense that, you know, we're all flawed vessels, you know. Okay, maybe I wasn't born a psychopath, but I certainly wasn't born perfect. I have plenty of other flaws. And I don't know, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I am looking forward to, on that Substack, the most current thing that's going on is that Athena has like a Q&A that she's put out, and it's for people to ask questions for this friend of hers. And so people are very interested in, like, you know, what's it like to be a friend with a psychopath? And I'm very interested in that too. I would like to hear this response. I saw, you know, from Dr. Fallon's book, I read his take on like his family and their reaction to him and stuff like that, and what it was like for them and what it was like for his friends and colleagues and stuff like that. And yeah, how most of them were like, he's fun, you know, real fun guy to be around in a lot of these kind of superficial ways, but not somebody that you'd rely on, not somebody whose shoulder you'd go cry on or anything like that. So I really do think maybe there is room for everybody, you know. Just because there is psychopathy doesn't necessarily mean that that is a terrible person. There certainly are terrible people that are psychopaths, and maybe it makes it more likely that you would be a terrible person, but is it a one-to-one correlation? I don't necessarily think so. So anyway, I had to share this this comment and talk about it a little bit, just because I find it all very very intriguing, very interesting. Well, I did want to did want to give my voice a little bit of a rest. So guys, I am going to go ahead and check out now. I do appreciate so many of you guys joining me, particularly I know many of you, because you know, this is a case about a famous Welsh actor and British American actress, and so a lot of you over in Europe, in the UK, have been interested in this case, maybe more interested in it than a lot of us over here stateside. So if you have stayed up into the wee hours with me to go over this, thank you. I am sorry that our schedule doesn't work very well. West Coast is really the worst streaming. I say it all the time. It's just one more reason I need to get back to Chile. The Chile was like perfect. It's right in between the US and the European. It's like, it's great. It was like the perfect streaming time. And of course I like hardly ever streamed when I was there, because I'm in freaking Chile. I'm like here to be in Patagonia and stuff. Like I'm not here to be on the internet, but you know, if I lived there, it would be different. Oh, pipe dreams. But thank you guys. I do appreciate all of your support, all of your fun comments, and your interest in this case and just in these issues. Oh, they're not easy. They are not, they're dark. They can be very heavy. And so I do bring some levity. I also not going to be gentle with it. Not going to be gentle with it. Not when kids are in the crossfire. Not when people are being victimized and the problem isn't being solved. So appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for joining. I will be updating, of course, on Twitter if you're on there. I'll be updating Monday as I kind of get news about what's happening. But otherwise, I will be back Monday night, guys, to give you all the big rundown. So I will hope to see you then. Thank you so much again. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend and do take care.